to make sure that the tools, the policies, the mechanisms na binababa namin sa inyo ay contextualized for your needs. Diba, Sir
Tama
Eloy?
po. Yes, tama Miss Bianca. Kasi nga in DepEd po we are promoting and advocating collaborative work. Parang tulungan po lahat ng mga guro, especially in this time of pandemic, that we cannot just survive alone. We need the partnership of everyone in the community. Yun po talaga yung gusto natin dito sa DepEd, sa lahat ng mga guro natin. Miss Bianca, also, di ba ngayong
Yes.
hapon meron tayong mga kasama but we're going to introduce them later, di ba po?
Yes,
Excited
totoo.
ako sa mga kasama
Ako
natin
din,
ngayon.
actually, sobrang excited ko this afternoon. Later, we will be joined by 2 special guests.
Oh,
Pero
excited ako, nakaka-starstruck if ever.
Before we introduce them, everyone, we would like first to introduce to you, to welcome to you, ang aming Undersecretary for Planning and Human Resource and Organizational Development, or Undersecretary for PHROD, si Yusek Jess, for his welcome message.
Good afternoon to all of you. You know, the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected our lives in DepEd, but particularly the school, more especially the schools. The pandemic has taken its toll on the way we do things. It has affected all education stakeholders, meaning our learners, our teachers, education leaders, staff, education partners, parents, families, and our communities. It has changed the entire Philippine education landscape. We started the school year in October instead of June, simply because of this. We also shifted to distance learning modalities, modified our learning resources and materials, adjusted the learning assessment mechanism, upskilled and reskilled our teachers to adapt to the demands of the new normal. Suddenly, we cannot do what we used to be doing. But looking back at the past 11 months, I can say that the department has come a long way in adapting new and diverse challenges brought about by the pandemic. But I am glad to note that even though the face of teaching and learning has changed, we in our department remain true to our mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education to our learners. Despite numerous roadblocks and unprecedented circumstances, we continue to implement education policies and programs that contribute to the realization of DepEd's mission, vision, core values, and strategic thrusts and directions. Our schools continue to welcome learners. Virtual classrooms continue to be avenues for learning, and DepEd continues to deliver quality basic education. We carried out the basic education continuity plan for the belief, all for the belief that learning should never stop. My dear teachers, you are one of the most, if not the most important element of the basic education learning continuity plan. Being at the forefront in our communities all over the country, you are the foundational instrument for its successes. While a few may have doubts about the success of the school year, even some of us here today may wonder how all this will turn out come end of school year in June. I know we did not come to this battle just to lose it. And let's prove ourselves right. Let's come up evidence-based data and information to validate that despite the pandemic, we will continue to uphold dignity and excellence in our teaching practice. Let's make it official that despite the uniqueness of the condition, we continue to hit the marks for not only satisfactory nor very satisfactory by outstanding performance. In this 3-day live broadcast, we will walk you through with the results-based performance management system in time of pandemic. Our RPMS experts, resource persons, and teacher guests will introduce to you the PPST-based performance objectives that we will use this school year 2020-2021, the forms and tools that you will use, and the MOBs that you will be asked to show. I know that the word MOV has somehow gained an unpleasant connotation in the past. This time, I want to change it to something all of us can be proud of. Let our RPMS school year 2020-2021 be a means of verification or MOB that will show that indeed you, teachers, my teachers, have done your part to ensure that every child receives the education that they deserve. We all know that because of the pandemic, teachers have been compelled to face challenges that they've never known before. Teachers teach in familiar platforms or classrooms and strive in a whole new, different battlefield. So, while we may doubt our claim of a successful school year, I have never doubted your devotion to continue a sharing part of yourselves to our learners and community. That alone, I can say that we have already won. Maraming salamat, and I hope you all enjoy this RPMS live broadcast. God bless. Ingat po tayo. Sundin po yung mga protocols natin. Mabuhay.
Ayun, so thank you po. You suggest, no, talagang talagang we have to celebrate kasi we are graced by our no less than the USEC po of BHROD. At tapos meron pa siyang reminder that we need to follow the protocol set by ITF para naman po safe tayong lahat dito sa
Always,
DepEd.
always.
Yeah, tama. This time naman po, let's hear a welcome message coming from the Director 4 of the BHROD. Let's give it up to Attorney Ann Rachel Miguel.
Our Undersecretary for Planning, Human Resources and Organizational Development, and International Cooperations Office, Yusek Jess Mateo, our dear teachers, school heads, supervisors and superintendents, regional directors, a pleasant afternoon to all. In 2017, we have adopted the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, which serves as a public statement that we, in the Department of Education, takes basic education delivery seriously. It is our vision to produce graduates that are equipped with the desired values and competencies that will enable them to realize their full potential and contribute to nation building. In doing so, we have to continuously improve ourselves to better serve our learners and stakeholders. The adoption of the PPST is a commitment to the realization of that vision. And at the same time, it is also a challenge. It is a challenge posed to every one of us that high quality standards of teaching practice are seen and reflected in our classrooms and in everything we do as stewards of education. It is a challenge for us in BHROD and RPMS focus in central office, regional offices, and SDOs to make all systems, mechanisms, tools, and materials available, accurate, and understandable. We have to ensure that we provide all necessary support to you, our teachers, because we recognize that the bigger challenge is on your shoulders, and that is living by the professional standards of teacher quality. We have proven in the last 2 years that despite the roadblocks, we have managed to withstand the birth pains of the implementation of the RPMS-PPST. It is very unfortunate, though, that while we have yet to make it through the 37 indicators, another huge roadblock is here to confront us, and that is this pandemic. It is here to test our resilience as education leaders and ability to deliver quality education regardless of the situation. A lot of changes have happened in the last 10 months. Because of this pandemic, we are compelled to adjust, adapt, re-strategize, and to think outside the box. But since we cannot just tell our learners and children that we wait and we should be patient as we do all these modifications in the curriculum, learning delivery and resources, we needed to step up. And as what we always say in BHROD, we needed to change the tires while the car is moving. And the big question now is how? How will we be able to uphold the professional standards and high quality of teaching when we are dealing with a bigger problem? How will we be able to perform our best efforts when we are in an unfamiliar classroom? This is the reason why we are all here today. In this 3-day live broadcast, we hope that we will be able to answer all your hows and provide you with the right tools and materials that you will be needing for you to showcase the professional standards in your performance amid this strange situation. We are confident that the PPST indicators featured in RPMS 2020 to 2021, along with all the MOVs, would be reflective of the alternative learning strategies that are demanded from us by distance learning. With the help of our partners in the Research Center for Teacher Quality, our RPMS-PPST National Technical Working Group, and all the field RPMS focus, who really took time and effort in the development of the RPMS tools and materials, we are now ready to share with you what we have come up with. We hope that we put forward on your plates today that would indeed help you in the fulfillment of your mandates as teachers. Like what we always dream of in BHROD, we hope that you view the RPMS the way we appreciate it, not as a burden, but as a useful tool to document and validate high-quality standards of teaching practice. Let me congratulate HRDD for spearheading this orientation. Again, thank you very much, and I wish everyone a productive week ahead.
So thank you for that, Director Rachel. No? Salamat po sa opening message po para sa ating mga kaguruan. Miss Bianca.
Yes, thank you to our USEC and Director Rachel. Yun nga, Sir Kaloy, abuti na lang nakadaan sila sa ating big activity, and now, Sir Kaloy, alam mo ba kung ilang viewers na tayo at this hour?
Yun nga, I'm so excited. Ilan na po? Bilan na po lahat?
Currently, as of, anong oras na ba? As of 4:16 p.m., we are at 111.6.
Wow! Wow, that's amazing!
All over the Philippines.
Yes,
So,
parang nakaka-pressure din kasi maraming nanonood, maraming nakakakita. By the way, bago tayo po mag-proceed sa ating sa ating next na activity, we would like to invite all our viewers to please po comment down below your location kung saan po kayo nanggaling. Tapos, hello po everyone. Doon sa mga kasama ko nga taga Mindanao, maayong hapon, nalipay ko nga nagkita kitang tanan karon.
Yes po, we encourage everyone to use our chat box or rather our FB comments para later makaka-interact din po namin kayo.
Sir Janelle.
Sir Kaloy?
Yes, Miss Bianca. Excited na ako sa ating guest ngayon. Parang
tawagin na ba natin?
Oo, kung lalabas itong guest natin yan, for sure, sasabog yung viewers natin. Kasi nga, artistahin to eh.
Sige, Sir Kaloy. I would like to call on our two teacher guests, Teacher Ads and Teacher Lester. Nandito na ba kayo?
Ayun!
Hi!
Ma'am and sir.
Hello, sir and
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan, ma'am and sir, please introduce yourself sa ating 115
Sa Pagnon.
audience na naman. So please let them know saang division kayo, your school, and ano ang inyong naging hastay nitong pandemic.
Yes, ma'am.
Ad, would you like to start?
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Philippines Facebook page. I am Teacher Anne, and I will be your guide in
Kasama
Kasabot na ko. Okay na sir, nakasabot na ko, nag-present na dahil ka, binako kauban to sila nato.
Good morning, Sir Junel and Ma'am Elmi.
Morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, testing daw ko kung kabalo pa ba ko aning Google Meet sa akong presentation ha.
Sige, practice ka.
Okay ra ang sounds, ma'am.
Oo, love
Oh,
and clear.
okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm,
Try na ko present, ma'am ha.
sige. Ikaw day part 2, ma'am. Sunod day ta. Ta. Ah, ako nga naman.
Excuse me, ma'am. Nakita akong screen, ma'am.
Ganina nakita din.
Naghang
Oh,
akong cellphone. Kita na?
sa. Ako may gagunita. Ano naman, makita na, ikuan na lang na. Ako'y gagunit, na ko ang mga kuan.
Okay,
Sila lang
thank you, ma'am. Sige, ako
okay.
na ni i-out. Stop present.
Sir Janelle, good morning. Sir, good morning. Madungog ko, ma'am.
Madungog ka, day.
Salamat, ma'am. Salamat.
Ayun, ay tao diha. Ayo. Hindi ko ka-present. Anybody home? Lah, di yung ko ka-present. Lah, di yung ko ka-present. Ko ka-present man.
Kapresenter man, ma'am.
Aw,
Hello, ma'am.
kana sir?
Okay raman, okay raman.
Action ko kauntol ari ay. Salamat. Present mo. Oh, kisa pa mo practice diha. Practice na ta kay. Okay. Wapaha day oy. Sir Junel. Anybody home?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, ngano wala may camera found ni ako ang laptop, sir? Naunsa day ni?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, ngano wala may camera found ni ako ang laptop, sir?
Walay kamera.
O dayon ang ako ang camera found ni ako ang. Ay, hala.
Nya na ma'am, ha, murag sa
Dayon ang
safe.
ako ang istorya kay mo repeat, mag-echo. Dili yang
Mo iko imong kuan.
ay, nawala na.
Ha.
So check your system to
At
make
ito na sa
sure.
settings ma'am ang imong kamera. Disod na kay atuon pa man na sa settings.
Oo.
Kapila na nimo nagagamit ma'am?
Gahapon apa man ni siya, sir?
Na ay settings na kuan. Wala po nimo na disable ang kamera.
Wa pud ko kahibalo, sir, unsay nakubi baka ani.
Naranay na klikan ma'am.
Sige. Sa setting na ni siya, sir, no?
Oo. Tawalan ara setting na.
Basta mo maka-present ra man ka.
Makapresent ra.
Thank you, sir.
Sige ma'am.
Ayaw na. Kay madungog ta.
Amat po, Tre. Hello. Hello, Daigay. Good morning. Hello.
Ma'am,
Hello.
ma'am, si Ma'am Gay, ma'am, si Ma'am Gay to sa Pagadian.
To sa hello, kinsa ni?
Ma'am Marley Merida, ma'am.
Oo, ay ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, pwede og
Ma'am,
kuan.
ma'am, si Ma'am Gay, ma'am, si Ma'am Gay to sa Pagadian.
To sa hello, kinsa ni?
Ma'am Marley Merida, ma'am.
Oo, ay ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, pwede og kuan.
Ma'am, ma'am, si Ma'am Gay, ma'am, si Ma'am Gay to sa Pagadian.
To sa hello, kinsa ni?
Ma'am Marley Merida, ma'am.
Oo, ay ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, pwede og kuan.
Ma'am, ma'am, si
Hello,
Ma'am
ma'am
Gay,
Eileen. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am, Ma'am Eileen.
Ma'am Marley Merida, ma'am.
Oo, ay ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, pwede og kuan.
Ma'am, ma'am, si
Hello, ma'am Eileen. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am, Ma'am Eileen.
Ma'am Marley Merida, ma'am.
Oo, ay ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, pwede og kuan.
Ma'am, ma'am, si
Hello, ma'am Eileen. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am, Ma'am Eileen.
Ma'am Marley Merida, ma'am.
Oo, ay ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, balik-balik ka na. Kani siya kung kuno. Hello, good morning, Ma'am Gay. Good morning. Sige lang, kay balom na siya kay online man. Hello, Ma'am. Gay. Kana siya. Hello, Ma'am Marlene.
Ma'am, ni-present naman to si Ma'am Gay, ma'am. Okay naman.
Oo, kanang ma'am, kanang
ni-present ra siya, ni-present ra.
Oh, ang ako isulay na ko og present. Tanawan daw ma'am, makita ba ma'am ha?
Okay, ako ma'am ang mo-present sa kuha si Kuara po si ma'am namali ko ni Dahoya or ni Ma'am Sanchez.
Oo, sige si Ma'am Sanchez lang akong ingnon kajot
Oo,
ha.
pwede na po ko malihog ma'am ni Ma'am Sanchez or ni Miramar Dahoya.
Okay, ako sa ingnon si Ma'am Sanchez. Murag na online naman to si
Oo.
Manchi, Daichi.
Hello ma'am, good morning.
Oh, Day, good morning Day. Kana na ang naara ka sa inyo or naa ka sa district?
Ma'am, naapa ko diri, na ako sa balay diri ma'am kay aron ang signal ba sure.
O lagi kanang Day. Pwede ko mamalihog lang nimo Day kanang inig ako na Day. Ikaw lay present sa ako ang slide.
Yes ma'am. Ikaw pilagi ka nga ma'am.
Magsunod ko ni Ma'am Ligados.
Ikaduha.
Oh, karon jud kong morning Day. Pwede ra Day ikaw lay kuan.
Session 2 ma'am.
Oo.
Pwede na ko i-try og present karon ma'am. I-try na ko og present ang imong kuan. Hello ma'am ta? Hello? Try na ko present.
Good morning, everyone. It is exactly 8:19, and we're expected to start at 8:30. So we are still 28 in the Google Meet and 87 sa YouTube. Asa naman ang uban? Ma'am Norlene. Ma'am Norlene.
Guys. Yes, guys.
Ma'am, kanang
Oy.
good morning kanang we're still 28, ma'am, then 87 sa YouTube. At tagil ako go signal kung 8:30 pa man sa to ang kuan. Sa to ang matrix
Sige,
mag-start.
sige. Okay, guys. Sige, ako na ikuan, guys. I-notify.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am Chris, any concern? Nag-raise ka sa hand.
Sorry, Ma'am Gay, wala. Naku lagi click. Sorry, sir.
Okay, okay lang, ma'am. Thank you. excuse me. Good morning. Sa YouTube live stream nato, we are 125 na. And then on our Google Meet, we are still 30. Asa man ang atong ubang mga school heads and raters so that we can start our webinar. We are 5 minutes late already of the time that we are supposed to start. Sir Janelle, good morning. Na ay nag-comment, sir. Wala daw ko tingog ang live stream. Sir Janelle? So at exactly 8:40, mag-start na ta. Let's just give 2 minutes more for those who haven't joined yet. To our supportive and motherly district supervisor, Ma'am Beatriz Ligados. To our dynamic school heads, both in elementary and secondary. Brilliant facilitators, my colleagues in the department, good morning. May I invite everyone to invoke God's presence in our midst for a musical invocation, and this will be followed by the singing of the national anthem. Mira. Mira.
Little boy of 13 was on his way to school. He heard a crowd of people laughing and he went to take a look. Little boy of 13 was on his way to wonder. He heard a crowd with such wisdom, even the kids could understand. Little boy of 13 passed so quickly with stories that we turn out to know. Everyone was hungry, kids could understand. Little boy of 13 boiled with his lunchbox, little that he could. Wasn't sure what color kids could understand. There were thousands of but he saw the turkey beside to Jesus. Wasn't sure what color he said. What a smile to his mouth. And the boy cried out, "Where's the chance?" So he said, "Take my 5 loaves and 2 fishes, and do with it as you Take my fears, my inhibitions, all my burdens, when I'm feeling small, then I worry that the work I do means nothing at all. But every single tear I cry is a diamond in his hand. Every door that slaps in my face, I will offer up in prayer. So I'll give you every breath that I have. Oh Lord, you can work miracles. All you need is my amen. So take my 5 loaves and 2 fishes, do with it as you will. I surrender. Take my fears, my inhibitions, all my burdens, my ambitions. You can use it all. Hope it's not too small. I trust in you. I trust in you. So take my 5 loaves and 2 fishes, do with it as you will. I surrender. Take my fears, my piling, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan hanggang magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simuyan, sa langit mo'y bukhang, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang slag ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtiniling, ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidibig. Mabalang araw na buwan, hating ang simba, bulan langit sa piling. Ang ligaya ng pag-ay mga api, mamamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
To formally begin this webinar, we are pleased to have the project owner of these conversions, Master Teacher 1 of ARPS Regular, Ma'am Jeremy D. Sanchez, for her opening remarks.
My respect and greetings to everyone. First and foremost, allow me to acknowledge and give thanks to the Almighty Father and to everyone for the opportunity to convene today in this platform. Together with our forward-thinking District Supervisor, Ma'am Beatrice A. Ligados, the Dynamic Principal 3 of ARPS Regular, Dr. Nerlin P. Sondo, with the active Principal of ARPS Ped Center, Sir Renero Macabinta, my most brilliant teacher in Cebu Normal University, no other than the Principal of Aurora National High School, Ma'am Filomenita Aldela Bahoyo, our up-to-date M&E District Coordinators, the Principal of Gubaan Elementary School, Sir Apolinario Quahao, together with the School Head of Gubaan National High School, Ma'am Elmi Mahinay, and of course, all the equally expert school principals, school heads, head teachers, master teachers, fellow teaching and non-teaching personnel. Allow me also to mention with gratitude the personnel who made this platform and live streaming convenient and possible, no other than Sir Junel Lambayan and Dr. Gay Isagan. To everyone, a lucky and blessed day. Last February 8 to 11, the Division of Zamboanga del Sur conducted the Division Capacity Building for Raters on the next 12 PPST indicator of the RPMS for the school year 2020-2021. Basically, this is why the ratee and the rater are having this district rollout today until Friday. This new normal does not only challenge the teachers to, at all cost, make learning safely possible to all the children and youth. Teachers are now doing things they never imagined before. Some of us have become actors and actresses in TV and radio. Some have become laborers and delivery men of modules. Some have almost paralyzed their elbows and wrists in checking 1,000 pages of pupils' answer sheets. We do invisibly all sorts of ways and means just to promote learning continuity in this high time of pandemic. However, together with all these endeavors, we teachers are also facing the challenge of convincing the community of how truly busy we are. And yet, there are people who claim that teachers are so hayahay, no pupils, but still receiving salary, as they say. Personally, I believe that our RPMS will tell everyone in the country that we teachers do exist responsibly and productively. So, to each one of us, I wish for you an interesting day as we start to maneuver this 3-day webinar on RPMS. Keep 100% safe, everyone, and be happy. Once again, good morning and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Che, for that wonderful message. So, for the acknowledgement of the participants, this 3-day district capacity building for raters uh, is a 3-day convergence, and we are using two platforms, the YouTube live stream and this Google Meet. For this Google Meet, we are joined by 37 school heads and raters, and there are 125 teachers who are in the Google Meet, in the YouTube live stream. So therefore, this webinar is well represented. Before our session proper begins, let me give you the principal one of Gubaan Elementary School, Sir Apolinario Quaho Jr. for some district M&E matters. Sir Jun, take it away.
Good morning. Am I loud and clear, Ma'am Gay?
Yes, sir.
My respect to our dynamic district supervisor, Ma'am Beatriz Ligados, to the different school heads of the 24 elementary and secondary schools, to master teachers who are part of the raters, and to all the teachers who are joining via YouTube. Good morning to all. As the school M&A, the district M&A coordinator, together with Ma'am Ilmi Buntia, we would like to remind everyone that your participation on this webinar will be credited when you are going to do the online evaluation. It means it will be the basis for the giving of certificate of participation. So with that, my appeal to everyone that we should have to religiously answer the online evaluation. So I will just have to float the link later on this afternoon for the day one of the online evaluation. Thank you and good morning once again.
Thank you, sir. So in addition to that, I would like to read to you our house rules that we ask you to politely abide in order to make our webinar fun and efficient as possible. Number 1, pay attention to your camera, microphone, and screen sharing setting to avoid embarrassing mistakes. Second, listen attentively to the discussion. Third, participate. 4, be polite in asking questions or making remarks, especially when you ask questions later on in our Q&A. If you have questions and clarifications, use the chat box or click the raise hand button at the lower left side of your screen. And for those teachers who are in the YouTube, you can comment. You can type your questions in the comment section. Please wait for the moderator to acknowledge you before speaking. And most importantly, sit back, relax, and enjoy. And we will be floating attendance link for day 1 anytime today. So to ensure that all teachers will not leave. So thank you. Without much further ado, please help me welcome our first discussant to talk on understanding RPMS PPST capacity building for raters, none other than our motherly district supervisor, Ma'am Beatriz Ligados.
Good morning to all participants, facilitators, ICT experts, M&A coordinators, and all visitors. Good morning to everyone. Magandang buhay po sa lahat.
Good morning,
Am I loud and
ma'am.
clear?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, so before I move on to my topic, I would like to make an appeal once again to everyone that only master teachers and school administrators are allowed to join the Google Meet. Others will join through FB on live screen to avoid possible technical problems, or else we cannot finish all topics for 3 days. So let's cooperate and open only your cameras and videos when you want to talk. Those who are on live screen, channel your questions to your school administrators. Kindly be attentive and responsive with the activities on this workshop to avoid the delay of time. We are given time for facilitator. Please observe the number of minutes in your presentation. If possible, we can finish at 3 p.m. today to give time for the preparation of the last novena for the late Elmer Tapayan. Not all are invited to join because we are prohibited to have a mass gatherings. Condolence once again to the bereaved family of Elmer Tapayan. We are part of your agony of losing Elmer because Elmer was a good person and a friend to all, and have been with us for several years in the department. Let's just comfort ourselves because the Bible says, "This is a victory." Ang kamatayon maang pagdaog. Maganda man o hindi, dapat kusang loob nating tatanggapin. Dahil ang Panginoon ang hawak sa mga pangyayari, sa mga buhay-buhay natin. So, that's all I can say. So I move to my topic, or else I will be fall short of my 20 minutes. Anyway, this is a very short topic. This is all about understanding RPMS-PPST capability building for readers. These slides prepared by the people from the Bureau of Human Resources and Organizational Development, and the Philippine National Research Center for Teacher Quality. What is capacity building? It is stipulated here. Capacity building is defined as the process of development and strengthening of human and institutional resources. So any forms of training, seminar, workshop can be called as capacity building, where it involves developing skills and abilities and resources that of the organization need to be survived. So next. What is capacity building in RPMS-PPST? It is the strengthening of human resources, teachers, observers, and readers, and development of support materials to further enhance the implementation of the PPST aligned result-based performance management system. Our RPMS orientation we have now is a form of capacity building in RPMS-PPST, because this develop and strengthen the teachers, observers, readers, and other resources. So in line with the DepEd Order number 42, Series 2017, DepEd has aligned its processes and HR system to the Philippine Professional Standards for Teacher. Alignment of PPST and RPMS allows teachers to focus on teaching based on their assigned TRAs, and this apply a uniform measure to assist teachers' performance. In the course of implementation, the department provided support to the field through orientation, workshop, and provision of support materials. So provision of support materials, training workshop, and orientation becomes a very necessary in the implementation of RPMS. So we have here the capacity building and support materials. Capacity building for readers and readers. Orient participants on the RPMS cycle, the new PPST focus indicators and immoves for 2020-21, and the needed support materials such as classroom observation tool, self-assessment tool, performance monitoring tool, or other support materials. All these materials are provided. Who is the focus of capacity building? Of course, the RPMS raters. Who are these people? So it includes the head teachers or administrators, school administrators, and master teachers. The supervisor and the APS can observe teachers but cannot rate in the COT. This capacity building workshop intends to further capacity RPMS-PPST readers in understanding the intents of PPST indicators used as RPMS objectives. The slide presentation manuals and other support materials to introduce RPMS-PPST in 2018 and 2019 can still be used. So meaning, the new guidelines will be used during the time of pandemic. But these guidelines for the year 2018 and 19 can still be used because when the pandemic lift up, so kung mawala ng pandemic, so we will go back to the original guidelines of RPMS. So the capacity building in RPMS provide information and guidance to teachers and school heads in the performance assessment process. This guide in preparing and completing RPMS documents. School heads and other readers are given information needed to assist teachers' performance. This provides detailed responses to help the understanding of the tools and the different pieces of assessment within the various cycle of RPMS, ensuring that mechanisms are in place to support teachers' performance. So, forward na. Last na. Ang tatlo. Napaman ito last na kuan. Last nga. Sige na lang po kung ano man.
Ma'am Bea.
Okay, is there any question? Mayroon bang mga question? Anyway, if you have some confusions with my topic, don't worry because that will be clarified upon listening the series of discussions. So please be attentive and engaged till the third day of this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bea. So if you have any questions, just prepare it because later we will have a Q&A portion. Moving on to our session 2 about understanding the role of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers in RPMS, I will give you the Principal 2 of San Jose Elementary School, Dr. Athena P. Akain. Ma'am Athena? Ma'am Tata? Okay, while waiting for Ma'am Athena, let me remind you that we will be floating the link for the attendance for day 1 anytime anytime today in our conversions. So we will no need for us to type our name in the chat box. Kay maghatag lami og link. Ma'am Tata? Good morning. Naay kuan si ma'am. Ni-present si Ma'am Athena. Open man gud iyahang microphone pero wala ko'y madungog.
Gay, wala ko kadungog ni Ma'am Gay.
Okay. Magsunod na lang mo next topic na lang tano. Kaha?
Ang next topic, si Ma'am Romano siguro, pero hapon, I know.
Dili pa si Ma'am Rom.
Dili
Si
pa.
Ma'am Elmi pa. Ma'am Elmi. Naamang good untay 15 minutes na question and answer after niya. Move on na lang ta sa kay ano? Kay Ma'am Marlene Merida. Then later na lang
Pwede po.
Che.
Si Ma'am Bea, unsa kay ko ani ni Ma'am Bea gay. Asta ni Ma'am.
Tawagan pa daw niya.
Okay.
Pwede ra og kanang next.
Next na lang ta, Ma'am. Next
Wala,
na lang
wala
ta,
pa
Ma'am.
screen sa next na lang.
Okay, good morning, ma'am. Kanang Ma'am Sanchez, bislang ko po sa slides, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Session 3 mo, ma'am? Session 3? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so while waiting for Ma'am Athena, let us move on session 3, the topic on clarifying the RPMS cycle. To discuss this, please help to welcome Ma'am Marlene Merida, Head Teacher 3 of Aurora National High School.
To our very approachable public school district supervisor, Ma'am Beatriz Ligados, my brilliant and charming principal of Aurora National High School, Ma'am Aldila Filomenita Taplazan Bahuyo, principals of Aurora East District, master teachers, head teachers, school heads, my co-facilitators, teachers, good morning. Kadit-kadit lang ha, Tessa. Principals of Aurora East District, master teachers, teachers, okay, the raters and both school heads, good morning, everyone. My task this morning is to discuss about clarifying the RPMS cycle, where the participants would like to focus the following phases, the tools relevant to each phase, and the roles of rater in each phase and the roles of the rater in each phase. So firstly, we have, there are 4 RPMS cycle. And the number 1 is we have the performance planning and commitment. We have that is the number 1, performance planning and commitment. Here, the rater and the rater will discuss the previous performance of the teachers in order to identify the gaps and strength of the teacher during his or her previous performance. And that is stated in different order number 2, series of 2015. Okay. So in the phase 1, which is the performance planning and commitment, the rating express. Okay. So the rating expresses his or her commitment to achieve the gaps, and part of the planning is the skills, and there should be a good planning for so that there would be a good accomplishments. For that, performance planning and commitment. Now, the input for this phase 1, no? So ang input niya is we have the output is the signed IPCRF development plans based on SAT and signed IPCRF. The forms to be used are the IPCRF SAT, IPCRF development plans, and others. Then, in this planning and commitment, that will be happen. For example, if the class will start on June, so last week of May or in the first week of June, that will be the time wherein the ratee and the ratees will sign a commitment form, and she will pass this to the rater. So that will happen before the start of the classes. So dapat kay October man ang first atong opening of the classes, so dapat mga last week of September or the first week of October, dapat there was already a contract signed, a commitment signed by the teachers. No, and that is in the phase 1. So after the phase 1, we have now the phase 2, which is, so what do you think is the phase 2? That is the performance, coaching, and so number 1, performance planning and commitment. And sa number 2, we have the performance monitoring and coaching. So kani, in the performance monitoring and coaching, so here, after the phase 1, after the performance planning and commitment, phase 2 will start right away, where the coaching and monitoring will come in and that will be conducted during COT and post-conference. No, diba? So, the ratee would consult the rater and prepare the coaching and monitoring form. So, kibali, if we are the rater or the ratee, we will consult the rater so that you will be scheduled for a COT. So the teachers can have a COT. If in 1 year there would be 4 COT, and that if you can have that 4 COT, you can have an outstanding for your COT there, depending upon the rate of your rater. So the ratee will consult the rater and prepare the coaching and monitoring form. So if there is no contract, so dapat dadyo'y contract between the rater and the ratee. Actually, that will be conducted at the end of the first semester, when the rater and the ratee will have to prepare a coaching and monitoring form. So dapat karon kay we are in the pandemic, the teachers are only allowed to have 2 COTs. So later on, that will be discussed by your discussant. So that will be in the phase 2, performance monitoring and coaching. What are the outputs for that? What do you think are the outputs for the performance monitoring and coaching? So you have the COT form, performance monitoring and coaching, mid-year review, and assessment. So that is for the phase 2. Katong sa phase 1, the teacher would get the approve IPCRF and the accomplishment form, no, development form. For this, sa performance monitoring and coaching, there will be an intervention whatever the accomplishments or the performance made by the teacher. So if the rater thinks that the performance of the teacher is not good, then that will be the time wherein a technical assistant and intervention will come in to help the teachers who are struggling for the low performance in the COT. Pero I think teachers are very brilliant in the class observation because that is prepared. No worries for the performance monitoring and coaching. So the output are agreements based on updated IPCRF, DP, and the portfolios. Forms to be used are the RPMS tools, IPCRF SAT, IPCRF DP using PMCF, and mid-year review form. So that is the phase 2. Next is we have the phase 3. So in the phase 3, that is phase 3. Damay magunili ko kaklaro, hindi ko lang kaklaro sa PowerPoint.
I-present sana ako usap, ma'am, ha? Kadali.
Okay, ma'am. Pag may magod siya, ma'am, klaro. So in the phase 3, we have the performance review and evaluation. So that's phase 3, performance review and evaluation. So phase 3. So in the third phase, so if our class will start in the month of June, so sa phase 3, that will occur during the first week of April and or after the graduation. So bala siya the third phase. The tools that we are going to use. So evaluation na siya. In the present situation, ang master teachers and teachers are already using the electronic, diba? But the principals, the head teachers, they are still using the manual. So ang yung RPMS tool, IPCRF electronic, self-assessment electronic tool, and after the computation of the final rating, the teacher must prepare the IPCRF development plan and answer the electronic assessment tool. Mana siya sa evaluation. No, performance review and evaluation. You're in review and assessment, evaluation of portfolios, and computation of final rating. RPMS tools, IPCRF SAT, IPCRF using PMCF. And timeline, first week of April and after graduation. Output, sign, portfolio, sign, IPCRF with computed final rating. Next now, ma'am, please. Bana siya sa phase 3. Now, after the teacher has already an evaluation, there is already the phase 4, which is the performance rewarding and development planning. Here, the activity that teachers are going to do is ways forward and development planning. No, so if teachers receive outstanding accomplishment or outstanding teacher, there would be rewarding and rewarding of the teachers. Maybe that will happen during a recognition program. Usually, sa rewarding man good, that will be implemented during the Teachers' Day. Diba? In our case, we are very thankful to our supervisor because she already awarded teachers last, I think that was the month of February, February. I-award ang mga accomplishment of the teachers. So, and that teachers would really be rewarded based on her performance. So, muna siya sa phase 4. Okay, next now, ma'am. Slides, ma'am. So, mato siya ang cycle. Nagtuyok-tuyok lagi siya, the RPMS cycle of in the RPMS. Stated in Deputy Order number 2, Series of 2015. So this Deputy Order provides for the establishment and implementation of the RPMS in all DepEd schools and officers, covering all officials and employees, school-based and non-school-based in the department holding regular plantelia positions. Okay, next, ma'am. So ano siya? Muna raters, no? Klaro, that's very self-explanatory. Raters refer to the school heads, principals, teachers in charge, assistant principals, head teachers, and master teachers who are teacher portfolios, who rate teacher portfolios to assess teacher performance. Wala siya. So, ang ratees are teacher 1 to 3 and master teacher 1 to 4, including ALS implementers, madrasa education teachers, IP teachers, speed teachers, senior high school teachers who submit their portfolios as evidence of their teaching performance. So, muna siya yung mga ratees. So, here, the metric of rater approving authority in the RPS. So, klaro mo na siya, no? Principal, the ratees are the assistant superintendent. Ang head teachers, master teacher, principal, ang rater, approving authority, superintendent for small and medium divisions, assistant superintendent for large and very large divisions. For teacher, the raters are the head teachers, master teachers, the approving authority is the principal. Non-teaching staff, the principal, and the approving authority, the administrative officer 5, schools, the SDO, school governance and operations division. So, muna siya mga rater and rater. So, okay, next slides, ma'am. So, ma'am niya itong i-practice. So, klaro naman na siya, no? Dayon, katong mga non-teaching, mga bookkeeper, mga disbursing officers, the raters are the principals, and the approving authority is the, I think, si Ma'am Udang Mago, the AO5. Mga raters sa mga bookkeeper, mga disbursing officers. Okay, next slide, ma'am, please. So, the RPMS cycle shall cover performance for 1 whole year. All school-based personnel shall follow a performance cycle starting in April of the current year and ending in March of the following year, while non-school-based personnel shall follow a performance cycle starting in January, ending in December. So, kami, mga head teachers, So, in exceptional cases, and only if the situation warrants, a one-time recalibration of the office and individual objectives shall be allowed during the mid-year review. So, exceptional cases shall include instances when high-level decisions are taken into effect, such as changes in strategic directions and circumstances beyond the control of the ratee, such as natural and or man-made calamities, including typhoon, earthquake, and other fortuitous events. So, ba't mo na siya ikuan? So, okay, itong slides na next, ma'am. So, wala na siya, no, sa performance planning and commitment last week of May and a week before start of classes. So, lagi siya development planning. Lagi na siya plan. Okay, next one, ma'am. Next slides. Performance planning and commitment. So, so na-discuss sa misuluni kanina, no? Okay. So, next slides, ma'am. forms, wala ni siya discuss. Ito nga diya nga cycle. Okay, mo ni siya sample development plans, part A. So, teachers that you will entry in your electronic this sample development plans. So we have here the objectives. At least during if the teachers are doing the development plans, dapat dili copy paste because you have your individual development plans. As usually, mo giday kwan sa mga teachers kay kapoy na bagid po daw sahay that's normal nga sahay mag-copy paste yun ang teachers in doing the development plans, but if possible in doing the development plans because we have individual differences, so lahi kita og individual development plans. Kay for example, if millennial teacher ka, you're very good in computer. So, not needed na nga, imo na ibutan diha nga weaknesses ng imuhang imuhang computer. But for us nga, mga tigos na, so, we will write there that we are weak in computer. Okay. So, next slide, ma'am. So, ano na siya, no? Klaro naman na siya. Okay. Self-explanatory. So, ano siya? Sa sample IPCRF with actual results. So, usually, nadiha ang mga COT, no? Kabalo naman mga teachers,
Makatawag
ani.
mong mamali.
Okay, next slide, ma'am. Kaya hapit na si mamakain mo. Sunod na siguro ni. So, okay. So, in the sample Excel version of the IPCRF, that will be in the electronic device wherein the rater will have the password in order to enter the ratings of the teacher. So you have there. And I think di na kita mo detail ani kay napa may mga discussion ani. So mga sample na siya nga version sa IPCRF. No, anyway, bahit kay mga teachers ana. Basta my topic is only the cycle wherein katong upat that should be made by the teachers spiritually and religiously. Especially nowadays, later on that you will know nga nakalaki kabag-uhan, no? There are changes in the RPMS kay so before, no? For us, amo matong gituman to, no? Kay with Ma'am Morati before, atong life planning, no, like contract. But and then in the classroom observation, during the classroom observation, there is an observation later on. That is why it is needed that the teachers should listen from the day 1 up to the day 3 because there are a lot of changes made, especially in the observation of the teachers. Para wala jud kuan gyud maminaw lang gyud mo kay nakakag changes before murag indot pa kayo mag-observe do kay murag sahay matayo-tayo pa kay wala pa linking. But later on na siya. Okay na pa next slides, ma'am Cherry May. So, ang phase 4, we have now the phase 4. Unsa man tong phase 4? Amo ni siya mid-year requan. Ang phase 4, rewarding and development planning. So I think my topic is already finished, no? So thank you everyone for listening. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, Ma'am Marlene Merida clearly discussed to us the 4 cycle of the RPMS. First is the performance planning and commitment. The second phase is the performance monitoring and coaching. The third is performance review and evaluation. And the fourth is the performance rewarding and development planning. The forms that will be prepared, parang familiar na to siya. We will use the ESAT for the planning and commitment. Then, of course, the COT and the IPCRF. So, most likely, gamay lang na puno. So, moving on to our next session about understanding the role of the Philippine professional standards for teachers in RPMS. Please help me welcome again the Principal 2 of San Jose Elementary School, Dr. Athena P. Akain. Ma'am Tata.
Gay, nag-troubleshoot ang PowerPoint. Gay, medyo naghang ako sa pitag paagi.
Sige lang. Mira, can you assist Ma'am Athena sa iyahang presentation?
Hindi na ko ma-out ang session ni Ma'am Marlene Gay. Pwede mo maka-assist, Mira?
Please go press and then stop presenting.
Sige, okay.
Ma'am Athena.
Okay. Aman to.
Mag-present.
Ala, ulay ko kanang diri sa
Mag-present na ka, Day.
Sige. Ma'am Gay. Okay
Yes,
ra,
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Loud and clear.
Wait lang ha. Kang Ma'am Bia nga account ako gamiton, Day.
Okay, ma'am.
Anong lumitas ko ng slides? Akong forward mo. Kadto lang kaayo dayag assist pa ko ni Gay daw ni Kuan, Mira.
Okay, ma'am. Mira, pwede ka mo out and then present diretso. Like kanina sa pag...
Hindi mo sila mo present sa kong slides mo. Sige mo na. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Please,
Ma'am Gay.
ano,
Madunggan
yes,
ako.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I
Right,
respect
please.
our school's district supervisor, Ma'am Bea Ligados, school heads, teaching and non-teaching personnel in the field, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So in this session, I would like to share to you my part, which is on understanding the role of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, PPST, in RPMS. Okay ra, Day? Madugog na ko, Day?
Yes, ma'am.
Gay.
Loud and clear. Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Okay, salamat. So, Secretary Briones signed into policy the DepEd Order number 42, Series 2017, which is on the national adoption and implementation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. So, as shown in the left side of the slide, is the screenshot of DepEd Order number 42, Series of 2017. So again, emphasis is given through DepEd Order number 42 that there is a national adoption and implementation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. What is PPST about? First, it sets clear expectations of teachers. Like, as teachers, we're expected to deliver our crucial role of improving the quality of teaching and learning process. So good teachers are vital to raising student achievement. Second, the Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers provides a framework of uniform measures to assess teacher performance. So here, as teachers, performance is assessed based on the manual on RPMS tools for teachers. The manual clearly provides information and guidance of teachers and school heads in the performance assessment process. Third, it is a public statement of professional accountability. So this helps teachers reflect on and assess their own practices as they aspire for personal growth and professional development. Fourth, PPST has 4 career stages, namely beginning, proficient, highly proficient, and distinguished. So as of now, the Department of Education is giving more emphasis on the proficient and highly proficient teachers. So take note that teacher 1 to teacher 3 are classified as proficient teachers, and master teachers 1 to master teacher 4 are classified as highly proficient teachers. PPST has 7 domains, 37 strands, and 37 indicators for each career stage. Now, these career stages includes 7 domains, 37 strands, and 37 indicators. The 7 domains consist of, as we have practiced and learned before, the 7 domains consist of the content, knowledge, and pedagogy. Second, learning environment. Third, diversity of learners, curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, community linkages and professional engagement, and number 7, personal growth and professional development. So each domain is composed of several strands, like domain number 1, which is content and knowledge and pedagogy, is composed of 7 domains. Learning environment is composed or consists of 6 domains, or 6 strands. Diversity of learners consists of 5 strands. Curriculum and planning includes 5 strands. Assessment and reporting is composed of another 5 strands. Community linkages and professional engagement consists of 4 strands. Personal growth and professional development consisting or containing another 5 strands, giving a total of 37 strands. So again, our PPST has 7 domains, 37 strands, and 37 indicators for each career stage. So again, PPST has emphasized 4 career stages with these 7 domains and 37 indicators. Now, how was PPST integrated in the DepEd system? PPST is integrated in the DepEd system through the Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development, or BHROD. The Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development was created from the Rationalization Plan, or RAT Plan, as one of the new bureaus in DepEd. It started its operations in 2016. So from 2016, it is now on its 5th year. The Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development is showing that it is taking care, that people are being taken care of while maximizing organizational performance and health. So it can be shown, it can be seen in the slide that this focus on the teacher's entry into the profession through a system as to how they work while within the department, through performance management, providing learning and development interventions, and providing rewards and recognition based on a set of competencies. Example, the Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers. So looking into the slide, it also looks into their personal movements through promotions or transfers and up until their retirement. So it can be seen that the employee's entry and the employee's exit is being emphasized as presented in the slides. So human resource system anchored on the PPST. So here we can have a review on the integration of PPST in the Department of Education system through human resource systems. So as shown in the slide, there are different HR systems. To name, we have the recruitment, selection, and placement. Then we have the L&D, or learning and development. We also have the RR, or rewards and recognition. Then the RPMS, or the result-based performance management system. And other HR system. These others might include the performance management system. So a discussion will be provided in the later part of the presentation to explain how these HR systems are linked to PPST. The PPST-based RPMS tools and support materials. So as shown in the slide, the tools and materials include the classroom observation tools. So of course, the classroom observation tools include the rating sheet for teachers. We also have the inter-agreement form and the like. So if I am not mistaken, there are four COT tools not to be used in the classroom observation. So that also includes the rubric, the observation notes forms, and other indicators. Other forms might also include the indicators list for proficient teachers and the indicators list for highly proficient teachers. We also have the SAT, or the self-assessment tools, and the other RPMS tools. Then the next is on the link between PPST and RPMS. Now, others and many might be questioning as how PPST is related to RPMS, or is PPST part of RPMS, or is RPMS part of the PPST? Now, actually, PPST is not part of the RPMS. PPST, or the Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers, is a standalone document. In the same way, RPMS is not a part of the PPST. It is a pre-existing system requirement from the Civil Service Commission. The misconceptions on the relationship of PPST and RPMS will now be addressed, as we already understand that RPMS is another thing with that of the PPST. So again, PPST is a standalone document. It is a set of standards, and it is not a rubric or an assessment tool, while RPMS is a pre-existing requirement by the CSC, or the Civil Service Commission. Now, Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular number 6, series of 2012. So, it is said that in this Administrative Order number 25, dated December 21, 2011, that this is established a unified and integrated result-based performance management system, RPMS, across all departments and agencies within the executive branch of government, incorporating a common set performance scorecard and creating an accurate, accessible, and up-to-date government-wide sectoral and organizational performance information system. So all other government departments and agencies like DSWD, DPWH, DENR, to name a few, have also a result-based performance management system. So in other words, hindi tayo nag-iisa sa DepEd. Ito ay ginagamit pa rin sa ibang agencies, government agencies, or government department and agencies. For DepEd, ito yung tinatawag na RPMS. So again, that is Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular number 6, series of 2012. Now, DepEd Order number 2, series of 2015, signed on February 6, 2015 by Secretary Luestro, states that this is guidelines on the establishment and implementation of the result-based performance management system in the Department of Education. So it aims to provide comprehensive guidelines for the adoption of the Civil Service Commission Strategic Performance Management System in the Department of Education. So the guidelines stipulate the specific mechanism, criteria, and processes for the performance target setting, monitoring, evaluation, and development planning for schools and offices, covering all officials and employees, school-based and non-school-based in the department, holding regular plantilla positions. So personnel under contracts of service, job order, and LGU-funded employees shall be likewise be covered, but for purposes of performance evaluation only. So that is stipulated in DepEd Order number 2, series of 2015. So in other words, DepEd Order number 2, series of 2015 is responding to the civil service circular. DepEd Order number 42, series of 2017. So this is, again, the national adoption and implementation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. So in August 2017, DepEd issued an order to adopt and implement the Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers nationwide. So in other words, it is not only in our division, but nationwide. Okay, so this slide showed a clear relationship among Civil Service Commission number 6, series of 2012, DO number 2, series of 2015, and DO number 42, series of 2017. So in 2017, DepEd adopted PPST with a demand that RPMS be aligned with PPST, PPST aligned RPMS was developed. So these three memorandum and DepEd orders is aligned to PPST. PPST is aligned to RPMS. So PPST alignment. So here we can see the alignment of RPMS with the PPST. So the key result areas in RPMS are domains in the PPST. So I'll repeat, the key result areas in RPMS are domains in the PPST, while the objectives in the RPMS are indicators in the PPST. So that is what the slide is showing to us. So RPMS PPST alignment. Okay, so we have here the parts of the RPMS tools. General outputs or outcomes. In the context of the RPMS tools, the KRAs capture the domains of the Philippine Professional Standards of Teachers. Like in KRA 1, content, knowledge, and pedagogy. Okay. Another part of RPMS tools, aside from the key result areas, are the objectives. So these objectives are the indicators of the PPST. So in the RPMS tools, teachers would have to target 13 objectives to realize the 5 KRAs. So I think we have nothing to worry about these tools, no, the KRAs, because the forms that is available from our raters or from our school heads would really tell us as to what to do in terms of assessment. So again, key result areas in RPMS as stated before, are domains in the PPST, while the objectives in the RPMS are indicators in the PPST. Parts of the RPMS tools. So we have the means of verification or MOVs. Now, what are these? So these are the list of documents that can show teachers' attainment of objectives. So example for this can be the classroom observation tool or the COT rating sheets, and or the inter-observer agreement forms on knowledge of content within and across curriculum teaching areas. So this could be found in the tool to be used by the rater in rating the teachers. So another supporting MOV, as an example to that, could be a lesson plan, no? The lesson plan of the teachers, the instructional materials being used by the teachers, the test materials, the activity sheets, and the like. So performance indicators. In the RPMS tools, the performance indicators provide descriptions of the quality and quantity given 5 performance levels. So 5 is the outstanding. As to performance level, 5 is outstanding, 4 is very satisfactory, 3 is satisfactory, 2 unsatisfactory, and 1 is poor. So the slide again is showing to us the alignment of RPMS to PPST, particularly the key result areas and objectives. So I had mentioned about the different KRS and PPST's domains. No, again, there are 7 domains with 37 strands and 37 indicators. So key result areas in RPMS are domains in the PPST, objectives in the RPMS are indicators in the PPST. In summary, the PPST is the core document being used by DepEd to anchor its system and processes. It is not solely for the RPMS. RPMS is just a portion, but it is an important part to how the PPST could link all other systems. So the PPST, in other words, is the mother document wherein DepEd aligns its system and processes. RPMS is just one of the processes being aligned to PPST. So here are some questions. Are teachers performing based on the expectation of the PPST? Which indicators or competencies do we need to target for teachers' professional development? How do we help teachers reach the expectations of the PPST? Through the data from the RPMS, the above listed questions could be addressed. So are teachers performing based on the expectations of the PPST? So the RPMS system should be able to identify teachers who are performing according to the standards of the PPST. This is possible because the objectives of the RPMS are based on the PPST. On the question, which indicators or competencies do we need to target for teachers' professional development? So from the RPMS data, school heads and or SDS could find out in which indicators the teachers have performed outstandingly or poorly. So this data could serve as a need assessment to identify their strengths and weaknesses. How do we help teachers reach the expectations of the PPST? So in relation to the previous question, once we have identified priority indicators, the school heads or the SDS and DepEd could help the teachers or the teacher concerned in order to reach the expectation of the PPST. Quality education, quality teachers. So here, more targeted professional development programs for learning and development. Competency-based rewards and recognition, competency-based career progression. So this slide showed the PPST alignment with RPMS that would somehow improve teacher quality and education. So the data from the RPMS could feed into the learning and development of the pupils, then reward and recognition and career progression because they are all anchored to the same standards, which is the PPST. More targeted professional development programs mean that we help teachers on areas where they really need assistance and not just based on trends or what is in. So going from document-based to competency-based rewards and recognition and career progression means that we are after of quality and not quantity. So I think that is all. And if there are questions that could be answered later in the question and answer portion. As I understand, most of the things that I am talking about are already done in the previous years. No, we are already doing it in real. In terms of classroom observation, in terms of the COT tools, we are already using it. The different domains, the strands and the like are already done, and the forms about it are already used in the previous school years. So if there are questions regarding that, maybe that could be presented later on the question and answer portion. I think that would be all. Thank you for listening. Again, good morning.
Thank you, Ma'am Atina. So at this juncture, we will have a 15-minute Q&A portion. So you can now start typing your questions in the chat box, or you can click the raise hand button on the lower right of your screen for recognition. Questions? Ala, nasabtan jud kayo. So I would just like to reiterate some points. So RPM is anchored on DepEd 42 Series 2017 that we will adopt a unified national RPMS scoring. Then PPST is integrated through BHROD. However, this is standalone because this is a pre-existing requirement of the Civil Service Commission. Then the PPST has 4 career stages: the beginning, proficient, highly proficient, distinguished. And it has 7 domains, 32 strands, 37 indicators for each career stage. Are there any questions? How about sa cycle, RPMS cycle? Clear na to tanan? Wala jud tingog. Ma'am Norlin. Walay question. Questions?
Guy?
Yes, ma'am.
Sa man to?
We are now Q&A portion na ta, ma'am.
Yeah. Sige, go. Don't worry. You're there
I'm
to
asking.
answer.
Agoy.
Sige, bitaw. What's the question?
No, there are no questions thrown yet.
Sige,
So
we'll proceed.
So we will proceed. Okay,
Yes.
mga bright keto. Anyway, na-practice naman good ni. So, we will now move on to our next presenter. She will discuss on reviewing PPST-based RPMS tools and associated tools part 1. This will be discussed by the head teacher 1 of Gubaan National High School, Ma'am Elmi Buntia. Ma'am Elmi. Nabas, Ma'am Elmi? Okay.
Hello. Here ko, Day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for a while, ha? Good morning, everyone, especially to Mambea, our ever hardworking supervisor, fellow school heads, colleagues, facilitators, and ITs on board, and of course, teachers. Good morning. The pandemic brought many challenges and changes and adjustments in the DepEd, and somehow progress and a path forward. With the changes, the teaching and learning landscape eventually changed and adjusted. From face-to-face, we shifted to distance learning modalities. More learning resources were developed, tulad na lang ng mga ginagawang modules. At dahil wala ng face-to-face, nagsilabasan ang mga online resources. At dahil nga bago ang mga modalities, ang mga resources, nagkaroon din ng upskilling or retooling of teachers on the new learning deliveries. In fact, kung naalala natin na bago nag-umpisa ang school year and through NAIAP, nagkaroon tayo ng tinatawag na LDM. Just to really prepare the teachers kung ano ba talaga ang mukha ng pagkatuto and pagtuturo sa 2020-2021. So dahil nga sa mga pagbabago, isa sa mga nagiging challenges sa DepEd BHROD is kung paano ba ang mga teachers masusuportahan in this kind of environment na meron tayo ngayon. For that, they make it sure that the contextualized RPMS will capture all the adjustments made in the field. So to give you a preview kung ano ba itong mga adjustments for the RPMS 2021, I welcome you to my topic, reviewing PPST-based RPMS tools and associated tools, the part 1. Now, what are RPMS tools? RPMS tools pertain to the two different teachers' performance assessment instruments. Two different teachers kasi ginagamit nga to ni proficient teachers na kinabibilangan nila teacher 1, teacher 2, at teacher 3, and proficient teachers na yung mga bigatin natin na mga master teacher 1, 2, 3, and 4. And kaya naman performance assessment instruments because they are instruments used to measure the performance done by the teacher as he or she performs her actual teaching inside the classroom. Kaya yon. So, ito yung on screen is the new PPST-based RPMS objectives for proficient and highly proficient teachers for 2020-2021. Now, why next 12? As I mentioned a while ago, because of the changes brought by the pandemic, modifications in RPMS, its tools, processes, and protocols for school year 2020-2021 were made and isa na ang RPMS objectives. Hindi basta-basta lang ang pagpili sa mga objectives na to. They were selected based on being responsive and appropriate to the current context of the teachers, learners, and the learning environment. Maybe you will ask, sino ang pumili? Sino ang nag-identify sa mga objectives na to na gagamitin for 2020-2021? Yes, dapat nating malaman na ang mga objectives na to ay dumaan ng masusing proseso, consultations, verifications, and interviews sa iba't ibang guro sa buong bansa. If you can still remember, na nung buwan ng May ba yun or April ba yun? Parang May. May survey para sa lahat ng kaguruan sa buong Pilipinas through a Google form. Kung saan, isa sa mga tanong doon was asking, ano ba ang mga ginagawa ng mga guro during this new normal? Naninda, hayahay kay sila, dapat sweldo, walay trabaho, o ang muna yung mga hulungihong. Ano yung mga preparations na ginagawa nila? Nananom og bulak, mga rare plants, suroy-suroy, kay mumprag mga bulak, bumanay preparations, wala sila kibalo nga daghan ng preparations ang mga teachers. So ano yung mga preparations na ginawa nila before this school year? Now after the data of the survey were analyzed, ito yung mga indicators ang nakita nila sa BHROD na swak doon sa mga responses natin sa survey. So kung ato gitong gitarong o makmak ato ang survey, tunto pinpiyong apil taani nga mga hinungdan nga nung naabot ning nga mga napilian na nila out of 37. So I'm going to read the first 3 objectives of the proficient in green column and then highly proficient for the second column in blue. Number 1, applied knowledge of content within and across curriculum teaching areas. Para ni highly proficient, modeled effective applications of content knowledge within and across curriculum teaching areas. Number 2, ensured the positive use of ICT to facilitate the teaching and learning process. Promoted effective strategies in the positive use of ICT to facilitate teaching and learning process. Displayed proficient use of mother tongue, Filipino, and English to facilitate teaching and learning. Then modeled and supported colleagues in the proficient use of mother tongue, Filipino, and English to improve teaching and learning, as well as develop learners' pride of their language, heritage, and culture. It is important to note that dito pa lang sa first 3 objectives, we can observe that its priority indicator for proficient and highly proficient teachers belong to the same strand. For instance, itong objective number 1, no? They both, binensyon ni Ma'am Tina kanina na strand sila, na belong sila sa domain 1, strand 1, they both belong to content, knowledge, and application. And for objective 2, positive use of ICT strand, and for means that the priority indicators for proficient and highly proficient teachers are aligned to each other. They are complementing each other. Ang pinagkaiba lang is medyo taas jud, high level of expectations ang sakay highly proficient kasi nga master teacher sila compared to proficient. Kita mo sa objective number 1, ina-apply pa lang ni proficient ang knowledge, whereas si highly proficient nagmo-model na, no? Si highly model na siya. That is why during the demo or observation ni highly proficient, mag-invite siya ng isa or dalawang mentees, mga proficient teachers, para maipakita niya ang kanyang pagtuturo using his or her effective learning strategies. So yun. Then let's continue. Establish safe, secure learning environment to enhance learning through the consistent implementation of policies, guidelines, and procedures. Exhibited effective strategies that ensure safe and secure learning environments to enhance learning through the consistent implementation of policies, guidelines, and procedures. Same lang. Maintain supportive learning environments that nurture and inspire learners to participate, cooperate, and collaborate in continued learning. Worked with colleagues to share successful strategies that sustain supportive learning environments that nurture and inspire learners to participate, cooperate, and collaborate in continued learning. 6, establish a learner-centered culture by using teaching strategies that respond to their linguistic, cultural, socio-economic, and religious backgrounds. For highly proficient, exhibited a learner-centered culture that promotes success by using effective teaching strategies that respond to their linguistic, cultural, socio-economic, and religious backgrounds. Number 7, use strategies for providing timely, accurate, and constructive feedback to improve learner performance. And for highly proficient, use effective strategies for providing timely, accurate, and constructive feedback to encourage learners to reflect on and improve their own learning. Now, please take note that the first 1 to 7, first 7 indicators for both proficient and highly proficient are classroom observables, while number 8, objectives number 8 to 12 are non-observables. These are the non-observables. Utilized assessment data to inform the modification of teaching and learning practices and programs. Work collaboratively with colleagues to analyze and utilize assessment data to modify practices and programs for further support learner progress and achievement. 9, set achievable and appropriate learning outcomes that are aligned with learning competencies. Then model to colleagues the setting of achievable and challenging learning outcomes that are aligned with learning competencies to cultivate a culture of excellence for all learners. Build relationships with parents, guardians, and the wider school community to facilitate involvement in the educative process. Then guided colleagues to strengthen relationships with parents, guardians, and the wider school community to maximize their involvement in the educative process. 11, participated in professional networks to share knowledge and to enhance practice. Contributed actively to professional networks within and between schools to improve knowledge and to enhance practice. And finally, a personal professional improvement plan based on reflection of one's practice and ongoing professional learning. Initiated professional reflections and promote learning opportunities with colleagues to improve practice. So again, let us remember that out of 12 RPMS objectives for 2020-2021, 7 indicators are observables and only 4 are non-observables. Next. So, ito yung mukha ng RPMS tools para ni proficient and highly proficient teachers. So, now, there are 2 types of means of verification. The first one is main MOV, which means the non-negotiable MOV needed to demonstrate the attainment of the objective. Non-negotiable. Ito yung hindi dapat pwedeng i-negotiate or pwedeng walain. Nandyan talaga siya. And the supporting MOV, which refers to the list of MOV ratees can choose from to support the main MOV in the attainment of the objective. Supporting details, supporting documents lang siya. Now, it's very important to note that for RPMS 2020-2021, only objective 11 for both RPMS tools has main MOV and supporting MOV. The rest, wala. Okay. So let's proceed to the 14 modification done on the tool. As you can see, the 2 MOVs are written in bold letters to highlight the difference between them. So that is update or modification number 1. The second modification, and or is changed to or in the description of main MOV for classroom observable indicators. This has an implication on the accomplishment of the rating sheets and inter-observer agreement forms, which will be further discussed during the session on COT protocol. Update number 3. For highly proficient teachers, the main MOV should be accompanied by a proof of attendance of colleagues during the classroom demonstration teaching. Then for update number 4, anyone used during observation is highlighted to emphasize that all supporting MOVs for classroom observable indicators should be the ones used in the classroom observation. Anything obtained outside the observation is invalid. So yan lang hahanapin, lesson plan, any, no? Instructional material, performance task, test materials, activity, and so on. For highly proficient teachers, anyone used during the classroom demonstration teaching is indicated also. This is to reinforce that master teachers should invite at least one colleague or mentee to their classroom observation, classroom demonstration teaching. This is to satisfy yung sinasabi ko kanina nga si proficient, nag-apply pa lang, si highly proficient, nag-model na siya, nang-apply pang isa, ang isa nag-model na. Ganyan ka bagtik ang mga highly proficient, mga master teacher. So, kailangan nila na meron talaga silang i-invite na mentee sa kanilang pakpakitang turo. Then, update number 5. As you can see, that the supporting MOVs for all classroom observable indicators are not numbered, but bulleted. This is to eliminate the misconception that the supporting MOV has a checklist and all items have to be submitted. Ambot lang kung nag-submit pa tanan ingon ani. Pilion ra siya, so giwala tong numbering kay aron dili maingon si observer nga wala lagi ka aning number kanin bullet, number 1, number 2, sige bullet na lang, so any of that dili na siya tanan. Okay, then update number 6. The performance indicator for quality of classroom observable indicators includes both the COT rating level. May level 7, level 6, levels 5, 4, and 3. And the range of the average transmuted ratings. Yan. This is to reflect the level of practice, at the same time to reinforce the process of computing the corresponding RPMS rating of the COT rating. So in computing, you need to identify the corresponding rating in the RPMS 5-point scale for each COT rating, then get the average of the total RPMS rating, and determine the final rating for quality by referring to the ranges in the performance indicator. Actually, this will be discussed in detail by the next speaker, discussant. Next is, in this slide, or update number 7, what is being emphasized here is that school year 2020-2021, timeliness is rated for all the classroom observable indicators. Yun lang for update number 7. Then update number 8. Take note that objectives 3, 4, and 7 do not need any supporting MOV. Wala na siya supporting, only main MOV, classroom COT, rating sheet, or inter-observer agreement. So, wala na supporting. So, kana siya. Then, for update number 9, for this objective, the supporting MOV, objective number 8, the supporting MOVs are numbered 1, 2, 3, because each submitted document corresponds to a certain rating for quality. Yan. So, outstanding ka pag nakasupport ka ng MOV number 3, completion report. Very satisfactory kung nakapagbigay ka nakasupport ka ng number 2, MOV number 2, and so on. Okay. Then, update number 10. Now, there are some important points that I would like to emphasize in this modification. And one is that for objective 9, the main MOV is a lesson plan. No, both ni proficient and highly proficient, which will be the basis for rating the quality. The same performance indicators and MOV apply to both proficient and highly proficient teachers, except that highly proficient teachers need to use their lesson plan in a LAC session. If the supporting MOV is already indicated in the lesson plan, the teachers do not have to provide additional documents. Paro yan. They just have to highlight the parts that pertain to the supporting MOV used. The lesson plan to be used for this objective may or may not be the one used for the classroom. Update number 11. For this objective number 10, the supporting MOVs are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because each submitted document corresponds to a certain rating for quality. O yan, MOV4, outstanding, kapag nakapas ka ng MOV4 or 5, very satisfactory, kung 2 or 3, then satisfactory ka lang kasi MOV1 lang na ano mo, tapos unsatisfactory, kung wala, bye-bye. Okay. And for update 11, saan ba ni? 12 na tayo. For objective 11, update number 12, the performance indicators for proficient and highly proficient teachers are the same, but they differ in terms of the demand of the MOVs. Iba-iba ang demand. For example, a proficient teacher is asked to submit a certificate of participation in a training, while the highly proficient teacher is asked to submit an activity proposal for a training. Update 13 na tayo. I'd like to emphasize that objective 12, the main MOV for proficient teachers, main MOV is the updated IPCR FDP. DP means development plan. While the main MOV for highly proficient teachers is a synthesis of their mentees, colleagues IPCR FDPs. Dihara sila naglahi. Update number 14. For objective 13, which is the plus factor, the performance indicator for proficient and highly proficient teachers are the same. The same na sila, oh. Perform. Then, but they differ in terms of the demand of the SOB. Dere sila maglahi. Si proficient, so si highly proficient. All right, so those were the 14 modifications done on the tool. The next slide clarifies the MOV for all classroom observable objectives for SPED teachers handling learners who are deaf and or hard of hearing. Now, since RPMS is research-based, we gather data that support the need to adjust and adapt our system to the needs of the field. This special case of for SPED teachers handling a specific exemptionality is one of the adjustments. This special case is only for the SPED teachers handling learners who are deaf and or hard of hearing, who use sign language. The question is, what happens when no observer in the school or the division understands sign language? Si teacher lang yun. Nasa room. Who does classroom observation? Now, in this special case, classroom observation is really difficult if no observer in the classroom or division understands sign language. Ang SPED na ginhibaluan eh. Then, so, the next slide clarifies the MOVs also for all classroom observable objectives for SPED teachers, handling learners who are deaf and or hard of hearing. Now, MOV for all the classroom observable objectives for SPED teachers with deaf or hard of hearing learners who use sign language. So, classroom observation rating if there is an observer who understands sign language used by the teacher. So, kung mura na classroom. And accomplished teacher reflection form or TRF. So, what is a TRF? What is a teacher reflection form? It is a form where teachers can respond to the prompts given. Prompts are questions intended to elicit response on how a teacher shows evidence of attainment for PPST objectives. And here is an example or sample teacher reflection, TRF, that can be used by the SPED teachers with deaf and or hard of hearing learners. So yan. Ang prompt is, how do you apply knowledge of content in your lesson? Describe the context in your classroom that supports the application of knowledge within and across curriculum teaching areas. Use specific sample lesson within the last quarter. So the prompt supports teachers' attainment of the RPMS objectives. Then the TRF, a TRF will be rated using a rubric. The rubric has the following: 5 levels, same as the COT rating. A rubric then can be translated to RPMS rubric. Rating could be transmitted to the RPMS tools. Now, this will be downloaded to the field properly via additional support materials like frequently asked questions and other tools. So again, since RPMS is research-based, we gather data that support the need to adjust and adapt our system to the needs of the field. Now, classroom observation tool. So, on screen is the PPST-based COT. No, it is used to assess all classroom observable indicators. And there are two types or two COT RPMS rubrics, one for proficient teachers and one for highly proficient. Okay. Right. On screen, no? On screen are the PPST classroom observable strengths in the RPMS for school year 2020-2021. Now, there are 7 domains as mentioned by, nag-review si Ma'am Athena kanina, no? There are 7 domains in PPST. Ito yung mga domains. Ang domain 1, content knowledge and pedagogy. Domain 2, learning environment. Then diversity of learners, curriculum and planning, and so on and so forth. Now, sa domain 1, may naka-highlight, no, in green. Sa lahat na yata ng may green at saka orange. So, may naka-highlight. Under domain 1, may tatlo. Domain 2, dalawa. Domain 3, isa. Domain 4, isa. 5, dalawa. Then domain 6, 1. Then 7, dalawa. To come up with 12 priority strands all in all. Priority kasi nga, pinili sila out of 37. Now, take note that 7 in green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 12 priority strands, ito ang naka-highlight ng green nga, are classroom observable. Then 5 out of 12 are non-observable in orange. Ito sila. Discuss din yan mamaya. Alright. Now, let's take a look at the 7 priority strands. Let's start from domain 1, which is content, knowledge, and pedagogy. So, there are 3. Okay? Strand 1.1, domain 1, apply knowledge of content within and across curriculum teaching areas. Strand 1.3, domain 1, ensure the positive use of ICT to facilitate the learning and teaching and learning process. Then display proficient use of mother tongue, Filipino, and English to facilitate teaching and learning. For domain 2, we have here strand 2.1, domain 2, establish safe and secure learning environments to enhance learning through the consistent implementation of policies, guidelines, and procedures. Then, maintain supportive learning environments that nurture and inspire learners to participate, cooperate, and collaborate in continued learning. Diversity of learners. Strength 3.2, domain sayop man eh. 3. Establish a learner, domain 3 naman ang tani. Establish a learner-centered culture by using teaching strategies that respond to their linguistic, cultural, socio-economic, and religious background. Then for domain 5, use strategies for providing timely, accurate, and constructive feedback to improve learner performance. So yun, ang mga the 7 priority strands. Now, punta na tayo sa observation. Observe na. So during the pre-observation, may protocol may protocol na gagawin dito. So step 1, si observer, anong gagawin ni observer? Review number 1 is, or step 1, review the COT RPMS rubric appropriate to the position of the teacher to be observed. Siyempre, kung proficient, so ito yung green, tapos pag si highly proficient naman, ito din naman yung blue for the highly proficient. Now, there are 4, in here, there are 4 important notes that I would like to emphasize na gagawin ni observer. Right. First one is that for RPMS school year 2020-21, all indicators will be observed in all observation periods. Then, it is highly recommended that 2 to 3 observers lang will participate in the observation whenever possible. Like daghan, like kapag malaki yung eskwelahan mo, like ANHS, so pwedeng 2 to 3 observers. However, if challenges like schedules and availability of observers hinder a school to follow this recommendation, 1 observer will be enough. And if there are multiple observations within a day, nakapoy na kaayo si principal, it is recommended that an observer undertakes no more than 3 observation per day. So, klaro, no? So, hindi ko na lang yan i-elaborate. Now, what is the role? Halimbawa, nagkataon na may nag-demo tapos dumating si Ma'am Bea. So, anong mangyayari kapag gusto talaga ni Ma'am Bea na makita yung master teacher na nagpakitang turo? So, what is the role of the supervisors in the classroom observation process? The supervisors, for example, the PSDS or the EPS, may use their COT, RPMS rubrics, and observe teachers. Their feedback may be used to provide technical assistance to the school head of the observed teacher. So, technical assistance lang, no? Para kay school head. And then, however, the ratings will not form part of the teacher's RPMS rating and portfolio. So, pwede si Madam mag-observe, pero ang sa kanya is technical assistance laang sa Batanggenyo palaang. Okay. What to do during the actual observation? Nang gagawin ni Ma'am Observer? So, ito yung step 1 and 2. Right? Sit at available, ito yung protocol ha, sit at available chairs. Sit apart yun di ay. Balo na tang anong sit apart ni mga mag-observe. Okay, magtabi niya, no? Eh, mawala na sa passing, labi na og gwapa kayang ang gi-obserbahan. Ya, tagaan po tag snack anang atubangan, magsige na lang nagkaon og mani. Dili na dayon ka observe og tarong. So, sit apart. Then, use observation notes form to record comments and observations on the teacher's performance. Right. The observation notes form is the only form to be brought and completed during the actual observation because by bringing only these observation notes, allow the observer to focus on the teacher's performance. So, kana lang ang dadon. Pero, usahay no, magdala man gid ta og cellphone. So, usahay, mawala na tas passing kay nainanawag nato. Di day na nato daloon maayo tong cellphone. Dili day maayo. Okay. Still on actual observation. Now, if there are multiple observers, avoid engaging in any discussion with one another. Maring, barter ta ba? Kuan, bago lagi ito yung mga gipost nga Birkins.
Daot sa Pedro.
Lagi, ana ba na? Uy, nindot lagi ka bago lagi na, wala na. Si kuan dito, nangugat nagmay si teacher dito. So, avoid discouraging facial expressions. Sus, nagsayop lang gali gamay si teacher. Nakunot na dayon siya, mama na. Si teacher po nagtanaw ni ma'am nga, nangunot na. Nagtaas-taas ng kilay, kay di mao ang process niya. Si teacher dito, mutiurok po siya, mawada na siya umoy, makuya pa na, mabaw, pagtabang si kuan. So, kuan gida, smile lang kita. Smile. Kaya aron po si teacher ganahan, kita na magtanaw na to, bahalag nagkalisod ta mo, smile lang gihapon, kita po, maningkamot, di kahit taog kuan. So, smiling yung kay si teacher as si observer dito. Nga namang i-avoid man ang mga facial expressions nga magkakuan so that teachers would be distracted. Kasi ma'am, pulis maot, hala, unsa ka dito, nawana naratol na yung samot. Then, it is highly recommended that the observers stay for the entire period. Pero usahay no, na ay manawag na din, may bisita na, nabiyaan na din, may nga na dayon sila, oy kasayang sa ako ang gianda mga sayaw po dahil ngayon na may bisita si ma'am. La, unsaon ka na naman yung ano, palingkuron sa si bisita kay talag sarabi at mag-COT, labi na karon kaduhara. So, sit aside lang sila, paubuton sa gina sila din ha, kay wala, undergo na yun kayo, paningot na yun kayo si proficient teacher kay gibilar-bilaran yun niya yung lesson. So, itong taga-justice, no, murag dasera, taga na to justice ang preparation sa teacher, di na to sila biyaan. Kaya nga itong gitanaw, sa motivation lang ko, kay balon ako, anak. Okay, next, post-observation. Anong gagawin ni observer? Step 1. Wow, thank the teacher and leave the room immediately after the observation. Hala, lami kayong feeling ni teacher no, gilamano dahil siya ni ma'am, dayon smile kay siya ma'am, siya po, mura siya og naibtan og tunok, nalipay po kay siya, kay gilamano siya, din congratulate siya. Then do not discuss observations with fellow observers while still inside the classroom. Nagi mangutana ani yun niya, ano mang dili man ta mag-discuss. Uy, kuan bitaw siya no, morning no, ana. Oh. Okay, wala na siya sa protocol. Dili di agad. Do not discuss observations with fellow observers. Uy, ganina nasayop pa gito siya sa iyahang kuan, mo gyud, niambak siya, din nalimot siya. Ato kading graduhan og kuan. Na. Okay. So, next step 2. Rate the teacher using the COT RPMS rubric appropriate to the teacher's position. Rating should be done individually. If there are multiple observers, the subject specialist will rate indicator 1. Oh, specialist kasi ang indicator 1 apply knowledge manggod of content na ang for example si master teacher is math niya yang gi-observe, si proficient teacher English dili pwede, dili siya ka-rate sa kuan indicator 1, pero si school head maka-rate siya sa lahat. If there is only one observer, he or he will rate all indicators. Si school head lang din naman ang pwede mag-inusara, lone observer, na maka-rate all indicators. Elementary teachers are generalists. Kana sila kay mga general practitioner man sila. So therefore, all observers are expected to rate indicator 1. Pero sa high school, dili pwede. Sa secondary, yun nga, si school head. Si school head lang. Then, right, so these are the rating sheets. Dalawa din, 1 for proficient and 1 for highly proficient. This form is completed after the observation. And in case of multiple observers, this form is to be accomplished individually by the observer before the inter-observer agreement exercise. Do not bring this form during actual observation. Refer to your observation notes in rating the teacher observed. So, additional things to remember during the post-observation. Now, in case of multiple observer, all observers meet together after they are done with the individual rating. In doing the inter-observer agreement exercise, the observers agree on the final rating they will give the teacher for each indicator. They will agreed rating. And the agreed rating must be used on a reasoned and consensual judgment, not on the average of all the rating given by the observers. Nga naman, because to average a rating is not appropriate. Example, in indicator 1, a rater gives a rating of 3, no? While the other gives a rating of 7. Getting the average means that the teacher gets a rating of 5. Now, level or rating 5 in the rubric has a different expectation from level 3 and level 7. Hence, the average rating is not a correct representation of the teacher's performance. So, consensual yun siya. Reason. Then, the final rating is not an average. So, yun na nga sabi ko, in the final rating based on reason and consensual judgment. Right? So, post-observation. Post-observation na. Step 4. Meet with the teacher for a post-conference. So, tawagon mo siya. Istorya na pud mo. Discuss the results of the observation. Huy, day. Pero dili sa nimo ditsuon, nimo sa siyang palamian. Kay ditsuon nimo siya, wala kanang nindot yun itong napay padandog-danlog, aron po ang iyang kakulba, iyang hago, makompensate pod, mun ana ra go din. Affix signatures on the rating sheet and or inter-observer agreement form. Yan. Diha. Right? Ato na ta sa pre-observation. So si teacher, step 1, mag-unsa po si teacher. Okay, review the COT day. Ikaw karong kuan day ha, mo observe next month. So buhaton ni teacher, review the COT, RPMS rubric appropriate to his or her position. Dili di ay si ma'am mo'y mag-andam, ikaw na mag-andam, si teacher na nga i-observe. Then step 2 and 3, plan the lesson based on the indicators. Then provide the observers with a lesson plan. So muna i-andam, rubric, indicators, lesson plan. And then teachers are encouraged to give his or her lesson plan to the observers a day before or at least an hour before the observation. Dili nang kanang dunulan na dayon ka na naka sa room a day or an hour before. This is for the observers to have time to review the lesson plan of the teacher. Now, to orient the participants on the all right. Next is in the next slide, we are going to have these indicator list for proficient and highly proficient teachers. And it's important to note that for RPMS school year 2020, all indicators will be observed. Nag-iingon ganina. Then, actual observation. Hala, mo na gid ni ang uban ani paningto na, nagpadulong pa lang si ma'am, nagkurog na, especially katong mga kanang medyo anay edad gamay. No, ang uban balik-balik sa CR kay nag-igit-igit na gamay, ay murag inom sa tubig, nagdulong na gyud si ma'am.
Ambot
ano lagi tinuod man na uy kay namulan na, inom nagtambal, kaduha nagtambal. Saan po nato kana sila pagtabang no? Mga kuan nga di lang sila. Tuyok lang katas likod, inon ta nila pakita. Okay, so unsay buhaton ni teacher? Okay, deliver the lesson. The teacher, so ako naghuna-una ni kulbaan sad ko, nga obserbahan ko pastilan kuya, di kay nang obserbahan ta. So deliver the lesson kana yung padlupad jud ka diha, ala gamita gyud ang energy nimo nga aron gyud panington ka nga mawala ang kakulba. Dayon ang importante gyud basta prepared ka, di makakulbaan kay masuko hinon kag wa na dayon ang observation kay suspect na gyud nimong pangandam nga wa na dayon kay nadagma si ma'am or naunsa ba no. So, mangandam ang teacher na andam ang teacher di siya makulbaan gawa sa tong edad na atong pag-usapan. So deliver the lesson sa actual. Yan. Post observation kasi buhaton ni teacher, meet with the observers. Ay kalami sa kong feelings ko managyod. Then for a post conference nami nag-smile si Inday. Then discuss the result of the observation, then affix signature. So, kalami sa feeling mo, affix na ko on the rating sheet and or inter-observer agreement form. Pero manadayon ko, manadayon akong first COT. Hay, mga unadayon taog, lami kayo nga balbakuha dito sa Lover's Lane, ma'am. Okay. Then, alright. So, humana. Now, it's time for me to recap all the protocols in the classroom or in classroom observation for RPMS. So during the pre-observation, ang buhatin ni observer, review sa COT RPMS rubrics, appropriate ba to the position of the teacher to be observed, then arrived at the designated classroom a few minutes before the observation. Hala, bitaw no, dili gyud maglangay-langay si ma'am, stillan, panan. Take note mga ma'am ha, a few minutes gyud before the observation. Then tool needed COT, RPMS, rubric. Si teacher, magunsa man sa during pre-observation. Review the COT, RPMS, rubric appropriate to his or her position. Plan the lesson based on the indicators. Then provide observers with the lesson plan. Next is during the observation. Sa buhaton ng observer, sit at any available seats in the classroom. Uy, importante biya ni kay naa biya lingkuranan usahay nga kanang monoblock nga mo kalit lag bilangkad. Kuan kaay siya, so ayaw po taon tagay yung teacher labi nagdako-dako na mahayang na mabali, di madayon imong observation nga nindot na kayo mga preparation. So i-consider po na available seats in the classroom, then multiple observers are to sit apart. Record all comments on the observation notes form. Nung sa dalhon, observation notes form. Then si teacher, lakaran sa gyud mayo teacher. Picture dito. Then post-observation, rate the teacher. In case of multiple observers, discuss the rating with fellow observers. Ikaw rang usa, walay discussan. Decide on the final rating based on mo dili sa average and then tool needed inter-observer agreement form kung daghan mo. Observers and the teachers meet to discuss the results of the observation. They affix their signatures on the rating sheet and or the inter-observer agreement form. Okay, so you want to ask for the links? Mo na ang mga links. RPMS materials for the previous year, which includes slide presentations, katong ganahan mo basa og maayo. Thank you so much, and that's all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Elmi. So now, teachers and raters, we already know what to prepare and what to do during the COT. So kinahanglan gyud ay nga naay COT, and then there are rules to be followed during the observation. Then, so pa akong notes dire. So, we will move on to our next speaker to discuss about the reviewing PPST-based RPMS tools and associated tools, Part 2. Please help me welcome the Master Teacher 2 of ARPS Regular, Ma'am Crispina C. Romano.
Thank you, Ma'am Gay. Nag-present pa si Ma'am Buntia. Mo present ko, Ma'am. Kindly stop presenting. My morning greetings to the prime mover of this convergence, our very competent and motherly district supervisor, Ma'am Beatrice A. Ligados, our equally brilliant ARPS principal, Dr. Norlin P. Sondo, our district monitoring and evaluation in charge, Sir Apolinario Quahao, and to our two ICT wizard in the district for the elementary, we have Dr. Gay Isagan, and in secondary, Mr. Junel Lambayan. Co-facilitators, principals, school heads, master teachers, fellow teachers, once again, good morning. My topic is the part 2 of Ma'am Elmi Buntia's topic, which is reviewing PPST-based RPMS tools and associated tools. What are these PPST-based RPMS tools and associated tools? First, we have the self-assessment tool or the SAT. I know you are already familiar with this because we have done this last year. Okay. Now, the self-assessment tool, RPMS SAT, comprises two different self-assessment questionnaires within RPMS system. They are designed for Teacher 1 to 3 and Master Teacher 1 to 4 to reflect on the different performance indicators that relate to their professional work. So for Teacher 1 to 3, they're considered proficient, and for Master Teachers 1 to 4, there are the highly proficient teachers. So that green page there is for the Teacher 1 to 3, and the blue one is for the Master Teacher 1 to 4. Now, there are two SAT RPMS tools, as what I have said. The one that you can see on the screen, the green and the blue. That is for the proficient and highly proficient teachers. Now, the parts of the self-assessment tool are, we have the cover page. So we have different cover page, the green and the blue. And then we have the demographic profile. In the demographic profile, that includes the age, sex, position, employment status, and all the data needed for the demographic profile. So you will be provided, you can download this SAT form so you can clearly see what are needed to fill in the demographic profile. And then the third part is the objectives and behavioral competencies. Now, for the objectives, we have the corresponding columns, two columns, the level of capability and priority for development. For the level of capability, we have the low, moderate, high, and very high. The same with the priority for development. So this will be done by the teacher. As what I have said, as what you all know already, that this is a self-assessment tool. So there's, according to Ma'am Merida, this morning, in her discussion, this should not be copy-pasted. No, you have to do this by your own. So if you are not good in the technology, this is the time that you have to do it alone so that you can reflect what are your level of capability and priority for development. Okay, our self-assessment tools in the RPMS cycle. We have 4 phases. These are, first, the performance, planning, and commitment. Now, what are the activity? So we have discussion and issuance of the RPMS tools. You are going to download this one and have it in your maybe laptop. And then the tools is the SAT, the forms, the development plans, and the timeline. I think we will have to adjust because we started, we are having this school year, the new normal school year. So kung June paunta na open, we will start, the timeline will start May. So this will be decided by our school heads maybe. And the output, we have the development plans based on the self-assessment tool and the signed IPCRF. Then the second phase is the performance monitoring and coaching. This will be done mid-year review, and the activity is the mid-year review and assessment. That's why we have this in February, because if we are going to count, we are now on the mid-year since we started last October. So what are the forms? The IPCRF development plans using performance monitoring and coaching form. And then the timeline, I think that will be changed to February. And then the output, we have the agreement based on IPCRF, development plans, and portfolio. Then the third phase is the performance review and evaluation. The activity, this is now the year-end preview and assessment, evaluation of portfolio, and computation of final rating. So what are the tools? We have the the RPMS tools plus the IPCRF and the SAT. Using performance, monitoring, and coaching form. So kung nadayon pa wala ang new normal, we will have it on the first week of April. So this time, we will end our school year on June or July. So maybe we will have the year-end review by that time. Then the fourth is for the performance rewarding and development planning. The activity, this is the ways forward development planning. The tools or the tool is the IPCRF development plan, and the timeline will be the end of the school year, and the output will be the reward, recognition, and the IPCRF development plan. Okay, this reward and recognition was already discussed a while ago. So we have this, you're familiar already with the electronic self-assessment tool because we have answered this one last year. It's not difficult for you because we only have to follow the command. And we also have the manual for ICT personnel, teachers, and school heads. So it's really very easy if you will follow the instruction, the command of the technology or this electronic self-assessment tool. So the electronic self-assessment tool or the ESAT is an electronic version of the self-assessment tool for RPMS. The system supports schools in analyzing school-wide SAT or self-assessment tool data of teachers to help plan for teachers' professional development. Now, the ESAT is a self-assessment tool that helps you to reflect on the different objectives related to your professional work. That is why, if possible, do not copy from your co-teachers. Assess yourself because this is an instrument that will help you reflect on the different objectives, and that you can also be helped by our department on the developmental needs that you need. Okay, the result of the self-assessment will guide you on which RPMS indicators you must improve and the areas where you need coaching and mentoring. So we have to be open. Now, who are involved in this ESAT? We have the ESAT protocol last year, the 2019-2020 school year. We have the ICT personnel, teachers, and school heads. So the ICT personnel will help you open and set up the ESAT, and then export the ESAT data, collect the ESAT data, import the ESAT data, and generates summary result of the ESAT. Then the work of the teacher is only to answer the ESAT. Then the school heads will generate summary of the result of the data and analyze summary result of the ESAT. That was last year. This time, the ESAT protocol for the 2020 2021 school year. We have the teachers, the ICT personnel, school heads, and the HGOD, each the HRDS. Okay, the human resource. The teachers will open the ESAT and then answer the ESAT. Okay, so it's now hindi yung iba yung mag-open, it's the teacher. So the teacher will open the ESAT and answer, then the ICT personnel will collect and generate summary result of the ESAT data. The school heads will generate summary result of ESAT data, analyze, and then submit the school summary result to the SGO. And then the SGOG generate summary result of the ESAT data and then analyze the summary result of the ESAT data. Okay, now we have here the roles and responsibilities of the personnel. So for teachers, we need to take the ESAT and answer it with utmost honesty. So I know we are very honest. Without copy-pasting, we can do this using the template. Okay, then print the result of the ESAT and keep record of the printout. Para you will not forget what are those things that you put in your ESAT. Then submit the soft copy of the ESAT file to the department head for the secondary and then or say ICT coordinator or school head. So, ang secondary na may department head. And then the teacher will prepare the IPCRF development plan based on the ESAT and discuss it with the school head to come up with the final development plan. Okay, so for the reference, ESAT guide for teachers and master teachers. Now, how about the school ICT coordinators? What are they going to do? Assist the school head in the following. So it's the school ICT and coordinators and department heads open the ESAT survey file and then collect an ESAT survey file of all teachers. Generate summary result of teachers' self-assessment and submit school-wide ESAT data to the school's division office. So the reference will be the ESAT guide for school ICT coordinators and department heads. For the school heads, with the assistance of the ICT coordinator or department head, facilitate the administration of the ESAT. So I think the school head will be the one to give the date or the timeline for this, no, para na ay uniform ang submission. And then generate summary result of teacher self-assessment, analyze and utilize the result of teacher self-assessment in designing development programs and activities for teachers at school level. And then discuss with the teacher in the finalization of their IPCRF development plan. And then submit the consolidated school-wide ESAT data and school development plan to the division office. And then the SGOD, HRDS personnel will collect summary result of all schools in the division, generate division level summary result of teacher self-assessment, and analyze and utilize the result of teachers' assessment in designing development programs and activities for teachers at the division level. So for their reference, they also have the guide for this. Okay. Now, how do teachers take the ESAT? Now, how do school heads and school ICT personnel collect and generate summary result of the ESAT data? So we have here the parts of the ESAT, now the electronic self-assessment tool. So it is in an Excel form. First, we have introduction. So in the introduction, you have to read this one so that you will know more or less kana bang knowledgeable ta og unsay sulod, unsa nang electronic self-assessment tool pareha sa atong milk. Okay, this tool is designed for you to reflect on the different objectives related to your professional work. You should accomplish this tool prior to the beginning of the school year and use to reflect on your performance throughout the RPMS cycle. The result of your self-assessment will guide you on which RPMS objectives to improve and on what areas you need coaching and mentoring. And then other school personnel, including the school head, are not allowed to see the result of this tool. However, you can discuss with them your IPCRF development plan based on your self-assessment. So please accomplish this tool individually, please, and submit the file copy to the school head or department head for school-wide consolidation. Please print a copy for the result of the preparation for your IPCRF development plan. So always have a copy so that dili na mo moingon nalimot ko unsa to akong gisulat. Okay, that is for the introduction. Nakita na, basahan ninyo. Kung dili ninyo ma-remember, keep on reading pag-abot na sa template. If the template will be provided na. Okay, then we have the demographic profile. Ka-answer na taan ni last year. So just a review. Name of employee, position, employment status, regular or permanent, age, and then sex. Number of years in teaching, highest degree obtained, grade level, topic, region, division, school ID, school name, curricular classification, what grade you are, like for example, grade 1 to 6 sa elementary o kung high school man mo. And then the areas of specialization or the subject taught. Naay command sa ubos nga cancel or next. So kung done na kaana, you can go to the next sheet. Kung naakay gustong usbon, then you can cancel your entry. Then we have objectives. So this will be the part 2 of the electronic self-assessment tool. We have their instruction. So you are going to tick kung asa mo na belong sa level of capability, like applied knowledge of content written and across curriculum teaching areas. That is in PPST indicator 1 and 2 or 1 to 12. So that is kamo na mo decide asa mo na belong anang applied knowledge of content. So low, moderate, high, very high, and then the priority for development needs. Kung nahuman, then proceed to the next sheet. Then for part 3, we have the core behavioral competencies. Here we can see just an example for self-management. You can tick in the box, i-tick raman na siya, and then you can choose for self-management 1 to 5. Sets personal for 1, we have sets personal goals and directions, needs and development. And then the next one. So you just read and then assess yourselves kung asa ang inyuha anang points for self-management. Okay, take note. This is a reminder, paulit-ulit, that school heads have access to the school-wide SAT data. The individual SAT data of a teacher can only be accessed by the concerned teacher. So, just be honest, kay total, wala may laing mo tanaw ana ikaw lang. Ang school head can only access the consolidation, the school-wide SAT data. And then the printout shall not be filed by the ICT coordinator or department head nor principal. So, kana siya kaingon ana kas naay secrecy ang ato ang ISAT. Ikaw lang ang mag-evaluate sa imong self and then be sure nga imuha jud na kay tingalig di na kamo angkon ini kahuman og print kay imura daing gi-copy paste. Okay. Now the parts of the ISAT consolidation form. So naapagi command, start here. So naay folder for elementary, junior high school, and the senior high school. In each folder, we have the Excel templates of the consolidation form. So you will start, napagi command, start here page. You can find this page in the template. So ang example is the junior high school. And then we have the demographic summary. So makita din ha ang age, position, and area of specialization sa inyong teachers. Then summary of objectives. So part 1 for proficient teacher, and then summary of objectives, that's part 2 for the highly proficient teacher. So for schools with master teachers, duha ang summary sa proficient o sa highly proficient. And then the summary core of behavioral competencies, that's part 3. Okay. So naato ganina, di ba? Na ay core behavioral competencies, na ay self-management, professionalism, and ethics. So makita na din ha, how many teachers nga na ay nag-answer sa 1, sa self-management sa 2, and so with the professional. So kung unsay kikinahanglan na data, just answer it religiously with all honesty. Now, how do how do school heads and division human resource personnel analyze the summary result of the electronic self-assessment tool data? So, and why do you need the summary results of teachers' data? So, this is now the format of the teachers' data. Now, the summary result of teachers' data can provide you an overall picture of your teacher's strength and needs. So, this will be the basis of the school heads to solve problems like nganong low MPS, na siguro na ay kakulangon ang na ay developmental needs na wala na provide. So, ingon ana ang mahitabo. So we have here now the development plans for the strength, development needs, and then the action plan, that's the recommended developmental intervention. If you can still remember, gihimo jud ni nato. So this should be done by the teacher. So for example, the core behavioral competency, ang strength niya is professionalism and ethics, teamwork, service, orientation, result, focus. And then, ang development needs, ang innovation, particularly on conceptualizing out-of-the-box ideas and approach. And then, learning objectives, focus on personal productivity to create higher value and results. For the intervention, coaching, incorporating in the next in-service training, the training on conceptualization of innovation and ingenious methods and solutions. So this inset can be done as LAC or kana dyan sa inset nga kuan schedule. And then timeline, regular coaching and service training in April and May. So kay new normal man ta, I think our supervisor will set schedule for this in-service training that we are going to conduct for this school year 2020-2021. For the funding or resources needed, so pwede na asa mo mangita og sources ana. Kabalo na ta og asa ta magkuha og source. Okay. So this can help you prepare the school and division development plans and other various development intervention in preparing for the next school year. So suppose, an example, suppose you have the following data from ESAT for the school year, this school year. So the following objectives and then the level of capability and priority for development. Suppose 90 ang respondents or 90 ka teachers. 18 ang nakuha sa low for the applied content on applied knowledge of content within and across curriculum teaching areas. 30 got moderate, and then for high, 22, very high, 20. For the priority for development, 20, for low, we have 15, 25 for moderate, high 25, and very high 25. And then for the next objective, participated in professional networks to share knowledge and enhance practice, very high. So meaning, nakaparticipate yun yung tanan, 90 ang respondents. And then priority for development, ang low, 85, moderate 2, high 2, and very high 1. Okay, so that's the interpretation based sa inyong answer. For the core behavioral competencies, so the frequency of responses, we have 90. So achieves result with optimal use of time and resources most of the time, the 28 teachers. And then makes personal sacrifices to meet the organization's needs. We have 80. Willingly does his or her share of responsibilities, 20, and uses ingenious methods to accomplish responsibilities, demonstrate resourcefulness, and the ability to succeed with minimal resources. We have 49. Okay, now, how do you analyze and interpret these results? Okay, that's questions. This will be now the work of the planning, the HR. No? So we're supposed to have hands-on activity na mag-open mo sa inyong ESAT, but because we are having this webinar, online only, so you will only download and then familiarize, open the ESAT template, and then familiarize, or you can start answering na following the instruction and answering all the sheets in the ESAT. That will be your hands-on activity. So I hope by the time nga pangayuan to sa atong ESAT, dili na mag-group group activity nga ug unsay iyahang needs, mausay ako, ilisan lag ngalan. Na? Tingali mo sipyat, hasta edad, hasta ang sex, magbali na. So, we will do it on our own. Okay. Next, we have this individual performance commitment and review form, or the IPCRF data gathering forms. Now, the rationale of this RPMS data collection system, that is to better support the continuous professional development of teachers based on the PPST, DepEd, and the BHROD 6 to establish baseline data on teachers' proficiency level in the first 12 PPST indicators and the succeeding indicators. This was already discussed by Dr. Akain a while ago. Now, what are these 12 indicators? Now, the domains, the strands, and the indicators. All public schools need to submit data consolidated from teachers' individual performance commitment review form, or the IPCRF, for each rating period. And there is a need to establish a system that will enable collection and submission of RPMS data across governance level. Now we have, prior to phase 1, the rating accomplishes the ESAT and prepares his or her development plan based on the ESAT result. He or she accomplishes the part 4 of the IPCRF. Now, during phase 1, the rater and the ratee meet this and discuss and agree on the KRA, the objectives and indicators. And once defined, the rater and the ratee commit and reach an agreement by signing the IPCRF. So once nag-sign na mo ang rater o ang ratee, wala na dagang istorya, no, na mahitabo because you agree and the ratee was the one making all the kanang sa KRA nga imuhang gustong i-follow. So, kung maunay ma-rate based sa naarabay COT, no? So, the rater and the ratee discuss and sign the IPCRF during phase 1. And then rater keeps the IPCRF for encoding and encoding COT and the QET ratings during phase 3. Then rater accomplishes encoding sheet and encodes COT and QET rating during phase 3. Then rater finalizes part 1 and gives the file copy to the ratee for accomplishment of part 2 and part 4. Mao to last year, if you remember, kamoy naghimo, nag-fill up, gihatag sa rater, then gibalik sa rater, no, murag pasa-pasa sa soft copy, no, the electronic. Now, ratee accomplishes part 2 in the encoding tab and the development plan in part 4 tab. He or she prints all the parts of the IPCRF, and then ratee submits the file copy of the IPCRF to the department head or school head. So that is the flow chart of the IPCRF accomplishment and submission and consolidation in the school level. So from the school head, the rater consolidates the IPCRF file copy of the teachers using IPCRF data consolidation form. And then the ratee submits the printout of the IPCRF parts 1 to 4 to the personnel division for safekeeping. That's coming from pag nahumana ang phase 3 and 4. Okay. Now, the roles and responsibilities of each governance level. The role of the school's division office, the regional office, and the central office. Now, for the schools, the focal person are the school head or is the school head or kung naay department head and other school-based raters. For elementary, we have the master teachers, then to the school head. And then, secondary na pa sila'y department head. The task of the school is to encode, no, for encoding of part 1 and consolidation of IPCRF rating of teachers and encoding of part 2 and part 4 of the IPCRF. Then, the school's division office, the focal person, Human Resource Development Section, or the SDO HRDS, their task is to consolidate the IPCRF data and then consolidate forms submitted by the schools. The regional office, the focal person still are the regional Human Resource Development Division, no, the HRD chief. Their work is to consolidate, or their task to consolidate the IPCRF data and the form submitted by the SDOs. Then, in the central office, the focal person is the Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development, Human Resource Development Division, and their task is to consolidate the IPCRF data, consolidate forms submitted by the regional office, and submit the IPCRF data consolidation to consolidation forms to NIAP for Human Resource Development and planning. Now, what are the IPCRF data gathering forms? So these are the forms type, their purpose, and the persons responsible. First, we have the IPCRF data collection form. And then the purpose of this is to record the individual IPCRF rating of teachers, and the person involved or responsible are the school head, department head, and the teacher. And then another one, the IPCRF consolidation form. The purpose is to consolidate the IPCRF data, and the person responsible is the school heads, is DO, HRMO, RO, and the HRMO. Now, the IPCRF data collection form. This is the IPCRF data collection form has the encoding form where all encoding tasks are done and parts 1 to 4 of the IPCRF. You are familiar with this kay itong gigamit na. This form is used to collect all IPCRF rating from the COT, and the QET. QET, that's quality, efficiency, and timeliness. Okay. Muna ang parts. We have the encoding form, part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4. The encoding form, kaning na ay entryhan nato sa name of employee, dayon until classification. Na dayon kato na dayon mga KRA and the rating. And then mao na siya ang encoding form. Of course, mag-encode jud ta diha. Then part 1, the individual performance commitment and review form for teacher 1 to 3 and SPET 1 to 4. So we have the name of employee's position, and then kanang part 1 din ha nga gi-encirclean. Okay, part 2, competencies, sa core behavioral competencies. So na diha ang self-management, professionalism, and ethics, teamwork, self-orientation. So you will be the one to tick kung asa din ha ang mugawas din ha pila ka buok ang imuhang gitik didto sa pag-answer sa form. Okay. So, from 0 to 5. Kung 5, na-tick ni mo ng 5 items diha sa self-management, then 5 imong score. Okay. Then, part 3, we have the individual commitment na mugawas ang tanang KRA, and then mugawas pod ang numerical rating. So, automatic na siya nga naadayoy average and scores. Ang imo lang entryhan is the QET. And then part 4 is the developmental plans. So we have there the strength, development needs, the action plan, timeline, and the resources needed. Nakita na ninyo ganina. Okay. Now, the IPCRF data consolidation form, we have that is intended to consolidate teachers' IPCRF rating collection forms. And this form can be used to consolidate IPCRF rating at different governance levels. And the process of consolidating data at the school level is the same at the SDO, RO, and the central office level. So, we have this one. No, kanang naay mga red din ha. Pag nahumana na ninyo tanan, that's the time you are going to click, no, i-open sa start here. And then, you check, tanawa sulod sa summary para walay mabalik, no? And then, you can penalize if you're done. So, you start here. Na-adjud siya command, no? This sheet introduce IPCRF data and consolidation form and contain the consolidation button. Then, next. No? So, just follow the command I know you are familiar with this. That will be for our IPCRF 20 school year 2020-2021. Okay. So, mo ni siya ang trabaho sa school head, no? Consolidation form. So, diha na makita ang average tanan sa IPCRF 1, 2, the IPCR report. Okay. The summary of numbers of teachers in each position and subject area for rating. And then this average sheets. So you just open this one. The average of teachers' final rating per objective per subject area in its proficiency level. So I think this is automatic na siya nga mo reflect din ha sa form. No? So these are just the samples, or this how it looks like. So the IPCRF report. No, this is the consolidated number of teachers by position per objective and the QET rating. Then we have the IPCRF report P sheet, the total number of proficient teachers per QET rating by subject area and every objective. So i-run through na lang nato ni kay kabalo na mo ani. And then automatic ni siya nga mo gawas. Ma-generate kay Excel man. Okay? The COT summary sheet. COT average sheet 1. And then sa COT average sheet 2. Okay. We are only, we can have this 2 COTs only for this school year. COT report sheet. The COT report sheet, sumana na siya. Okay. Now, how do school heads, division, and regional human resource personnel analyze the summary result of the IPCRF rate data? So we have here the flow chart. Now, using the result of the RPMS ratings, it will start from the raters. So identifying and providing the kinds of intervention needed based on the development needs identified. That's the work of the rater. Then, pagka-pass na, consolidate, and then coordinate developmental interventions which shall form part of the human resource plan and basis for rewards and incentives. Then, the praise committee. We have the praise committee after the BHROD and the NIAP, or the National Educators Academy of the Philippines. For the praise committee, they are going to determine the top performers of the agency who qualify for the awards and incentives. And then, the performance management team will identify potential praise awards nominees for various awards categories like the Lingkod Bayan Awards and the Metro Bank Awards. Okay? So in every level, na sila function, naapod sila ihatag. Now, how can the school head, each human resource, and the organization utilize the consolidated RPMS? At the school level, no, the school head, how many teachers got which rating in which objective at each position and subject area. So after the consolidated RPMS data, they can now determine which objectives should be considered as learning and development priorities based on the school-wide consolidated IPCRF, such as the final rating and the rating per quality, efficiency, and timeliness. And then what learning and development activities and programs can be developed to immediately address the needs of teachers, and how can the school head improve his or her instructional supervision. Okay. And for the SDO, RO, and the central office levels, so this will be the questions. Which objectives should be considered as learning and development priorities based on the division and region-wide consolidation data based on the rating? And then what interventions can be provided to schools to support and improve teachers in terms of content and pedagogy, curriculum delivery, and coaching and monitoring? Okay, so this is now the flow. First, we have the RPMS data. There, we have the strength and the priority for development. And then the learning and development, you can find there the needs, and they are going to analyze the needs and then intervention and delivery. For the professional development, we have their activities and then rewards and incentives. Okay, so po show of the following data from IPCRF school year 2020-2021. So consolidated teachers IPCRF rating, averages by position and proficiency. So that's just an example. Munay mo gawas for teacher 1. Pilay iyahang rating, ang rank. So for teacher 1, ang sample, number 1 sila sa objective number 1. No? For master teacher 1, number 1 sila sa plus factor, that is in objective number 13. So, muna siya. You can compare now the proficient and the highly proficient teachers. Daghan yung trabaho daghan ng good plus factor ang master teacher. No, pero ang teacher 1, 1, 2, and 3, usually classroom jud, so makafocus sila diha. Well, makafocus man pod ang mga master teachers, pero naghang side bit. Okay, questions? Natay hands-on activity, pero you can do that after downloading the templates for this activity and for these forms. For your reference, we have here the related links. Now, all RPMS materials can be downloaded through this link. And then, kana siya tanan. Pwede picturean ninyo. I think, parihara man ni tanan. So, pwede unya at nga ninyo na para makita ninyo na may resources. Na may source. Okay. Our reference, the Department of Education, Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development. I would like to give due credit to the presentation slides who prepared this. Now we have Angelo Oy, Dr. Jeannie Hoxon, and Dr. Donadette S.J. Belza. Okay, before I end up, I would like to leave you this quote. No? Without proper self-assessment or self-evaluation, failure is inevitable. So I hope you learned something today. Let us be honest and do it religiously in answering the self-assessment tool, now the self-assessment tool. That's by John Wooden. No. Without proper self-evaluation, failure is inevitable. Once again, good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Chris, for a very detailed explanation on the three forms, the ISAT form, the IPCRF collection form, and the IPCRF consolidation form. These forms are very familiar to us. And it's already 12:01. We shall pause for a lunch break and we shall be back at Ma'am Jeremy. What time? Ma'am Norlin? Would it be okay if we will be back at 1:30?
Manggi, 1:30 kay
Hi,
late
guys.
1:30 na ta, Ma'am Norlin? 1:30 na ta mabalik,
Guy,
ma'am?
1 o'clock lang, guy. 1 o'clock kay kuan ka ng
Oh
natay
no,
mga
kay natay
ipangsako nga mga
prayer.
topics. Oo, oo.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. So we still have 1 hour for our lunch break. So thank you for this morning session. See you later at 1 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ma'am Gay.
Thank you.
Life's bigger, it's bigger than you, and you're not me. The lengths that I will go to, the distance in your eyes. Oh no, I've said too much. I set it up. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion, trying to keep up with you, and I don't know if I could do it. Oh no, I've said too much. Haven't said enough. I thought that I heard you laughing. I thought that I heard you sing. I think I thought I saw you try. Every whisper of every waking hour, I'm choosing my confessions, trying to keep an eye of you, like a hurt, lost and blinded fool. Oh no, I've said too much. I set it up. I thought that I heard you laughing. Thought that I heard you sing. I think I thought I saw you try, but that was just a dream. That was just a dream. That was just a dream. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion, trying to keep up with you, and I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I've said too much. I haven't said enough. Thought that I heard you laughing. try.
Come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. You don't know how lovely you are. I had to find you, tell you I need you, tell you I set you apart. Tell me your secrets and ask me your questions. Now let's go back to the start. Running in circles, coming in tails, heads on the sides apart. Nobody said it was easy. It's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Oh, take me back to the start. I was just guessing at numbers and figures, pulling the puzzles apart. Questions of science, science and progress, did not speak as loud as my heart. Tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. Oh, when I rush to the start, running in circles, chasing tails, coming back as we are. Nobody said it was easy. Oh, it's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be so hard. I'm going back to the start.
My love, I'll never find the words, my love, to tell you how I feel, my love. Mere words could not explain. Precious love, you held my life within your hands, created everything I am, taught me how to live again. Only you cared when I needed a friend, believed in me through thick and thin. This song is for you, filled with gratitude and love. God bless you. You make me feel brand new. For God bless me with you. You make me feel brand new. I sing this song 'cause you make me feel brand new. My love, whenever I was insecure, you built me up and made me sure. You gave my pride back to me. Precious friend, with you I'll always have a friend. You're someone whom I can depend, to walk a path that sometimes bends. Without you, life has no meaning or right, like notes to a song out of time. Having faith in me, God, it's you. You make me feel brand new. For God bless me with you. You make me feel brand new. I sing this song 'cause you're making me feel so brand new. Oh, now, honey, making me feel so new. Yes, you are. You make me feel brand new. So brand new. You make me feel brand new. God has blessed me with you. Make me feel brand.
Now we need you to help us sing this next one. You know the song, you know the words. Let's raise the noise in this beautiful, historic rhyming in Nashville together. Here we go. take a little time to think things over. Better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm older. This mountain I must climb feels like a world upon my shoulder. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life grows colder. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. Gonna take a little time to look around me. I've got nowhere left to hide. Looks like love has finally found me. In my life, there's been, oh yeah. Come on, sing it now. To change this lonely life, I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. Sweet dreams are made of things. Who am I to disagree? I traveled the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them wanna get used by you. Some of them wanna abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I traveled the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I traveled the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. dreams are made out of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something.
Get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the bar, but meantime Son of the river is stopping you hold everything. I bend and blow in Dixie, double full time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. And now I step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in our rain to hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places. Oh, but the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south. Way on down south, London town. You take your guitar, George. He knows all chords. Mine just strictly hit the me, doesn't wanna make it cry or sing. They said an old guitar is all he can afford. When he gets up on the lights to play his thing. And Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the honky-tonk like anything. Saving it up Friday night with the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. Crowd young boys, they're fooling around in the corner. Drunken dressed in their best brow bags in their platform suits. They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. It ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans play Creole. Steps right up to the microphone and says at last, just as the time bell rings. Good night, now it's time to go home. makes it fast with one more thing. We are the sultans. We are the sultans of swing.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock ticks life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Tried to hold on, but didn't even know. Wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me, but eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had too far to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so hard. In spite of the way you were marking me, acting like it was part of your property. Remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm so proud it got so. Things aren't the way they were before. You won't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me, really meant to be a memory of a time when I tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried too far to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, it's only one thing you should know. I put my trust in you. I pushed as far as I can go. For all this, it's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it
Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Life like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs, seek it out and you shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think the world is sold, we're just doing what we're told. Feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. A good lie, good lie, good lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. I feel this love and I feel it burn down this river every turn. Hope is a four-letter word. Make that money, watch it burn. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold, we're just doing what we're told. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. A good lie, good lie, good lie. Everything that drowns me makes me wanna fly. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Whoa. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Shot to the heart, and you're to blame, baby. You give love a bad name. Smile is what you said. You promised me
bad name. You paint your smile on your lips, blood red nails on your fingertips. The schoolboy's dream, you act so shy. Your very first kiss was your first kiss goodbye. Oh, you're a loaded gun, yeah. Oh, there's no way to run. No, I can say me the damage is done. Shout to the heart, and you're to blame. You get love, a bad name. I play my part and you play your games. You get love, a bad name. You get love. Shout to the heart, and you're to blame. You get love, a bad name. I play my part and you play your games. You get love, a bad name. Bad name. Shout to the heart, and you're to blame. You get love, a bad name. I play my part and you play your game. You get love, a bad name. You get love. You get love, a bad name.
yesterday. I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. Though I keep searching for an answer, I never seem to find what I'm looking for. Oh Lord, I pray you give me strength to carry on. 'Cause I know what it means to walk alone a lonely street of dreams. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. I'm just another heart in need of rescue, waiting on love's sweet charity. And I'm gonna hold on for the rest of my days, 'cause I know what it means to walk alone a lonely street of dreams. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. 'Cause I know what it means to walk alone a lonely street of dreams. But here I go again. But here I go again. Oh, here I go again. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I've made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. And here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. 'Cause I know what it means to walk alone a lonely street of dreams. And here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. But here I go again. Oh, here I go again. Oh, here I go again. Every breath you take and every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. And every single day and every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you
just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere, just a city boy raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Singer in a smoky room, smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. There's shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just defined emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill, paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some were born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. There's shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Oh, don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Street lights, people. Just don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. No, no, no.
Rising up, back on the street. I did my time and took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. Trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on his dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rivals. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night. And he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. face to face, out in the heat, hanging tough and staying hungry. They stack the odds till we take to the street for the kill with the skill to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rivals. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. Rising up straight through the top, had the guts and got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rivals. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger.
This ain't a song for the broken-hearted.
Good afternoon Good afternoon, everyone. Time check. It's 12:57 p.m. We are 3 minutes more before we will start our afternoon session. So while waiting for the others, do you have any questions or clarifications on the topics discussed by Ma'am Romano and Ma'am Elmi Bontia? Wala gyud sa mga kay maayo kay pagka-discuss.
Ma'am Gay, may hapon.
Yes, Sir Joe.
Dili ma-access ang link nga ilang gihatag kay murag something wrong sa DepEd IN ron.
Okay. Ma'am
Dili ta ka-connect.
Ma'am Cheremy, kanang Ma'am Che, dili daw ma-access ang link na ilang gihatag.
Kani siya.
Pwede.
Pero ako actually kani bitaw siya nga mga copies. Ako na ni siyang gihatag sa ang ako mo gunay access gud katong sa English coordinators bitaw nga GC. Ako napasa dito. Pero as a form na murag extract na siya, Ma'am Gay. PDF form na siya nga
Pwede
messenger.
Pwede i-share nimo nako, then pwede ako na lang mo share dire, or if okay nga idiretso lang nimo share ang link diari sa Google Meet. I-click ra nimo ang Google Meet ang link ato nga dayon copy paste na lang dayon diri sa chat box.
Sige ako i-try, Ma'am Gay. Sige. Thank you.
Okay, it is already 1:02. So let us now start our afternoon session. Welcome everyone aboard. So just this morning, we are done with the reviewing PPST-based RPMS tools and associated tools part 1 and 2. Next, and now, we will be having the RPMS PPST support materials and introducing the capacity building resource package for raters. This will be discussed to us by the HD1 of Aurora National High School, Ma'am Imelda Semense.
Okay, I'll finish. My salute to our dynamic and energetic district supervisor. Am I heard, Ma'am Gay?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Thank you. Again, my salute to our dynamic and energetic district supervisor, Ma'am Bea Ligados, schools principals and school heads of the different schools, both elementary and secondary in Aurora East District, head teachers, master teachers, teachers and non-teaching, good afternoon. My task this afternoon is to discuss on reviewing RPMS PPST support materials for teachers. Secretary Briones assigned into policy DepEd Order Number 42 Series of 2017, the National Adoption and Implementation of Philippines Professional Standards for Teachers, or PPST. So it has been developed and nationally validated to complement reform initiatives on teacher quality. So DO 42 Series of 2017, the policy states, among others, that the PPST shall be used as a basis for all learning and development programs for teachers. The PPST articulates what constitutes teacher quality through well-defined domains, strands, and indicators that provide measures of professional learning, competent practice, and effective engagement across teachers' career stages. Now, this document serves as a public statement of professional accountability that can help teachers reflect on and assess their own practices as they aspire for professional growth and professional development. Then the PPST resource package. The Department of Education is committed to support teachers' continuing professional development. So the PPST support materials contribute to this commitment. Then we have this we have this ladder. So through the PPST support materials, teachers will be helped what they need to know and be able to do as proficient teachers. Okay. Okay, kacit sa demokratika. Okay na.
Kita na?
Wala pa? Okay, balik.
Presenting na to, ma'am. Sakto na to.
Okay na.
Yes, ma'am. Na-present na to kanina.
Ganina doon. Present ko daw sa ganina. So, go on na ta. Ito na sa kuan ba? Atong maglado ka na. Sige. Okay, so we have this. Through the PPST support materials, teachers will be helped what they need to know and be able to do as proficient teachers. Now, for the stage 1, you have the beginning. Stage 2, proficient. The stage 3, you have highly proficient. And stage 4, distinguished. Then what should teachers know about the PPST support materials? Okay, what are the forms of PPST support materials? So there are 2 forms of PPST support materials. The print, which is resource package, and the non-print, which is a video practice. So resource package, of which PPST modules align to proficient career stage indicators. The non-print, these are the videos of practice, which are aligned to the classroom observable proficient career stage indicators. Then the 24 PPST modules. So we have the PPST resource package. So the PPST modules serves as, the first we have the teacher's reference materials. So this can be a source of information in order to ascertain something. Then we have this, we have the materials for school-based learning action cell or the LAC sessions. So this will help teachers to prepare on the goals and plans of the school on the new normal education. So to update teachers on the new modalities of learning. Then we have the teaching exemplars of proficient teachers. So this provides examples of best practices in the educational environment, which are designed to assist students to increase their understanding of particular skills, contents, or knowledge in any given situation. Then next is the mentoring materials. So these materials can be used when a person gives support to another in making significant transitions in knowledge, work, or thinking. And the last one, we have the support materials, which is non-prescriptive. So meaning not enforced, not compulsory. So it is not imposed. Those are the PPST modules. Then what can teachers expect to find in each module? So teachers will discover that each module discusses a specific indicator. Then it defines its key concepts and provides relevant illustrations of practice that may help teachers understand and attain these indicators. Then each module contains the following parts. The first part is an overview. So overview introduces you to the indicator and why you need to achieve the indicator. So it can be a general summary or it gives us the big picture. Then the next is the key concepts. Key concepts defines key concepts pertaining to the indicator. So the ideas and terms that are related to the indicators. The third part is the self-reflection. So it allows you to reflect on your knowledge, skills, and attitude related to the indicator. So it can be your insights or realizations with regards to the discussions, decisions, or actions made. Then the next part is the support group. So allows you to consult and collaborate with our teacher friends who will provide suggestions on how to improve your current practice. So this can be a group of people with common experiences or concerns to provide each other with encouragement, comfort, and advice. And it can be on benchmarking on the best practices they apply. Then the next part, we have the illustrations of practice. walks you through sample illustrations of specific teaching practices that show how the standards are put into action. So this could be served as a model or examples so that we can get an idea. Then professional development plan helps you identify your strengths and development needs and plans for specific action for professional development. So it is a continuous process of acquiring new knowledge and skills that relate to teachers' personal development, profession, job responsibilities, or work environment. Then the last one is the resource library. So provides you with resources, so which may include bibliography, forms, templates, appendices, and links that can help you further understand the indicator. So this can be an avenue for teachers to learn more, where you can find more collections of videos, text, images, websites, and instructional modules. Now, PPST videos of practice. Teaching practices shown are suggestive and non-prescriptive. So, meaning not compulsory. They tell and show good teaching practices. They may guide DepEd teachers in their quest for professional advancement with increasing levels of knowledge, practice, and professional engagement. So they support self-reflection and provide access to observation. All proficient teachers practice anytime and anywhere. The indicators in the PPST videos of practice. So video 1.4.2, it use a range of teaching strategies that enhance learner achievement in literacy and numeracy skills. Then the second video, we have 1.5.2, apply a range of teaching strategies to develop critical and creative thinking, as well as other higher order thinking skills. And the last one, the third video is on 2.3.2, manage classroom structure to engage learners individually or in groups in meaningful exploration, discovery, and hands-on activities within a range of physical learning environments. So the next we have video 4. The indicators featured in this video is 3.1.2. Use differentiated, developmentally appropriate learning experiences to address learners' gender, needs, strengths, interest, and experiences. Then video 5, indicating the 4.5 or showing 4.5.2 indicator. Select, develop, organize, and use appropriate teaching and learning resources, including ICT, to address learning goals. Okay, these are the PPST videos of practice. So we have the indicator 2.3.2, manage classroom structure to engage learners. Then siguro ninon. Did it play? Okay. Ano lang. So, manage classroom structure to engage learners individually or in groups in meaningful explorations. Okay. So, next we have the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, or PPST, and the resource package, that's for module 1. Then, now, how can the support materials help teachers in understanding PPST? The teaching practices shown are illustrative and instructive information, meaning it is useful and informative. So they are aligned to the 24 indicators that are found in the PPST RPMS. So teachers can strive and thrive in their teaching practices for career progression. So they can make great efforts to achieve something and to grow or to progress. And so they can move forward, being promoted, finding new challenges and new opportunities. Then the support materials may also encourage creativity and innovation to achieve the target indicator at a certain level in COT. So they can do or make something original and unusual. So innovation, implementation, something new. Then we have the PPST-based RPMS support materials. We have the results-based performance management system manual for teachers and school heads. So this is very important for all of us so that we are guided on what to do and what to comply. Then we have also this results-based performance management system RPMS updated manual. Okay, same for teachers and school heads. Then the electronic self-assessment tool or ESAT manual for ICT personnel, teachers and school heads. Then we have the individual performance commitment and review form or IPCRF, data collection and consolidation. So these are the support materials. Then the updated RPMS manual. So we have also the supplemental document to the RPMS manual 2018. This document provides you the list of significant clarifications, additions, or amendments to the results-based performance management system RPMS manual 2018. So these are already included in the updated RPMS manual, which can be accessed on the given website. Okay, so naay mga website dihang gihatag, pwede ta mo access ni ana. Then this is an updated version of the RPMS tools, including classroom observation tools or COT and self-assessment tools or SAT, which can be accessed through the given website. Okay. And it is written here that we recommend that you see the updated version of the tools because they have a simpler presentation. However, you can use the 2018 version because the content is the same. You can still use the 2018 version because the content is the same as the updated version. So on RPMS tools and self-assessment tools, we have there are given pages, then the parts of the manual, then the certification, then the clarification, amendment, and addition. So nakasipilitin na unsa ang mga clarification, unsa gipang amend, unsa pwede gipang dugang. Then updated RPMS manual. So there is an updated version of the RPMS manual. It can be accessed through the given link. The manual contains updated RPMS assessment tools, including the RPMS tools, self-assessment tools or SAT, and classroom observation tools or COT for school year 2019-2020. It is recommended that you use the updated version of the tools because they have kato ng mga amendments, kato ng mga additions na diha naka-stipulate ana nga manual updated. Then so if you want to download the updated tools, naroon po ang given link. However, school heads and teachers can still refer to the RPMS manual 2018 and the tools because the content is the same as the updated tools. Then a supplemental document is also available containing this significant amendment to the RPMS manual 2018. Next is the self-assessment. So for the self-assessment, we have the personnel involved, then the roles and responsibilities, then the references. So the first, we have the teachers. Rules and responsibilities of teachers. Take this ESAT and answer it with utmost honesty. So ang tinuod ng jud ang ibutang, print the results of the ESAT and keep record of the printout, submit the soft copy of the ESAT or electronic self-assessment file to department head or ICT coordinator or school head. Then prepare the IPCRF development plan based on the ESAT and discuss it with the school head to come up with a final development plan. So reference for this is the ESAT guide for teachers and master teachers. Then the next is the school ICT coordinators and department heads. So their role is to assess the school head in the following. First, opening the ESAT survey file. Second, collecting ESAT survey files of all teachers and generating summary results of teachers' self-assessment. And last, submitting school-wide ESAT data to the school's division office or SDO. Still, the reference to the ESAT guide for school, we have the school ICT coordinators and department heads. For the school heads, so with the assistance of the school ICT coordinator and department head, the school head will facilitate the administration of ESAT, then generate summary results of teacher self-assessment, and analyze and utilize the results of teacher self-assessment in designing development programs and activities for teachers at the school level. Then discuss with the teacher in the finalization of their IPCRF development plan, submit the consolidated school-wide ESAT data and school development plan to the SDO. Then reference for this is the ESAT guide for school heads and division HR personnel. Then the last personnel involved is the SGOD or SRDS personnel. So they are the one to collect summary results of all schools in the division, then generate division level summary results of teacher self-assessment, then analyze and utilize the results of teacher self-assessment in designing development programs and activities for teachers at the division level. So their guide or their reference is the ESAT guide for school heads and division HR personnel. Then important reminders is we have to read the ESAT guides prepared for us. Then next is the IPCRF data collection and consolidation guide. So we have here the IPCRF data collection and consolidation, a guide for school heads and other human resource personnel, series of 2019. Then we have the IPCRF part 1, individual performance commitment and review form with the instructions. Then we have the IPCRF data consolidation form for school year 2020-2021 for junior high school. Then school year 2019-2020, there's a given quick links. So there are the links for the manual. All RPMS materials can be found on this link. For example, the PPT slides, forms, and tools. Then another link for the tools and forms, so updated RPMS manual. Then supplemental document to the RPMS manual 2018. Then another link for the updated RPMS tools, RPMS, COT, and SAT, individual performance commitment forms 1 up to 4, the ESAT version 8, and ESAT guides, and the orientation materials. Then we have also for the RPMS orientation materials, PPST resource packages, and EIC materials. So those are the given links that we can use. Then the tools and forms, users for this are teacher 1 to 3, special education teacher 1 to 4 as implementers, madrasa education teachers, teacher 1 to 3, iPad teachers, teacher 1 to 3, special science teachers, then senior high school, then master teacher 1 to 4, special education teacher 5, and the Madrasa education teachers, MT 1 up to 4, and IP teachers, MT 1 up to 4. Then the tools and forms, we have RPMS tool, IPCRF for proficient teachers, then RPMS tools or RPCRF for highly proficient teachers, then a link given to download the Excel-based IPCRF. Then the OPCRF for the school heads, head teacher, designated school head, and the school head teacher in charge. So they're going to use the OPCRF. Then for the head teacher without teaching load or assistant principal, individual performance commitment and review form anchored to the OPCRF of the principal. Then we have the head teacher with teaching load, individual performance commitment and review form. So capturing administrative tools and objectives of IPCRF for master teacher 1 up to 4. Then a link to download the updated RPMS tools, manual and tools, I mean. Then we have also the school year 2020-2021 DepEd.in / RPMS-PPST school year 2020-2021. So these are the RPMS year school year 2 for school year 2020-2021, the tools and support materials. Then you have the name, the COT. DepEd prescribes ESAT packages, DepEd prescribes IPCRF package, PPST, PPST resource package, PPST videos of practice, RPMS manual, RPMS support materials, RPMS tools, and SAT. Then we have the RPMS online help desk. So HTTP mo ni ang link na to. So RPMS online help desk to effectively support the implementation of RPMS and its data collection system across governance levels and RPMS in general. RPMS online help desk is hereby established. So the help desk aims to provide technical assistance to school heads and human resource personnel on the use of the RPMS data collection system.